All right, have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to go on a record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. It is Friday, January 13th, 2023. We are in day 5 of this jury trial. The jury is in the courtroom. We are still in the state's case in chief. With that, what do you wish to do this morning, Ms. McNeil?
The state would first like to move Exhibit 10 from yesterday into evidence.
All right, that was the exhibit that was used yesterday with the doctor that will be received. It was subject to cross. It is part of the record. And then what is the state's next witness?
The state calls Edward Klug.
All right, let's have him come in. If you could just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Right, the witness has been sworn in. Try to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone. If you want to turn it toward yourself a little bit, there you go.
Oh, so it's the skinnier one.
This one. This one.
All right, can you spell your first and last name before we start?
Sure. Edward Klug, E-D-W-A-R-D-K-L-U-G.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
And Mr. Klug, you can feel free to adjust the microphone so it's right in front of your face.
That's good.
Okay. Mr. Klug, I'd like you to think back to October of 1998. During that time period, where did you work?
I was at Stiefel Nicholas, an investment firm.
And what was your job there?
I was a broker in charge and financial advisor.
So a stockbroker?
Yes.
And when had you joined the firm Stiefel Nicholas?
September 30th, 1998.
So you had just joined at the very, very end of September 1998?
Yes. So my first day of employment was that day you have to resign from your firm, and then they transfer your license to the new firm.
Where did you work before Stiefel Nicholas?
Robert W. Baird and Company.
Is that the same type of work?
Yes, just a different broker-dealer.
Okay, and so what would you do as a stockbroker?
Well, I would work with individuals to help them get a better return on their investments, work with succession planning for estate purposes, just help people invest their money.
How long had you worked at Baird?
I started at Robert Baird in 1990.
And where were you living when you worked at Baird?
Let's see, 1990. I was in New London, Wisconsin.
At some point, did you move to the Appleton area?
Yes, I moved to Appleton in, I believe, spring of 1990.
And is that where you worked at Baird in the Appleton area?
Yes.
And then when you moved and started working at Stiefel Nicholas, was that still in the Appleton area?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, the very end of September of 1998, was Stiefel Nicholas opening a new office in Appleton?
Yes, I was part of the new office. I was transferring my accounts from Robert Baird to Stiefel Nicholas.
So in terms of your home life, you were not moving, you were just moving jobs.
That's correct.
So then what would your role be, what was it, in this new branch of Stiefel Nicholas?
Sure. Well, myself and I had a co-manager, Ron Ruck. We were hired by Stiefel to open a new office, a new market for the firm, to hire brokers, to hire support staff, and make it a profitable office.
And so Were you essentially a manager in that office?
So I was an acting manager, but I did not have my Series 8, which is the supervisory FINRA license to be able to supervise both accounts and people.
And so when you say Series 8, you're talking about some kind of license?
Yes, yes. The license I had at the time was a Series 7, which was a general securities license. Then to be a registered principal or a supervisor, you have to get a Series 8.
Did you end up getting your Series 8 license?
So I took a one-week cram course in Boston the third week of January 1999, and then I passed my test the first week of first week of February 1999.
And so then did you have your Series 8 license?
Yes, so then I had the exam, and then once you pass the exam, you are then appointed branch manager.
Okay, so there's a period of time at the beginning of your employment with Stiefel Nicholas where you were not the official branch manager.
Correct. I was named like a supervisor. Well, I would say like a manager in kind, basically. But all of my documents or everything, I couldn't sign anything. I was just there to supervise the facility.
So during that period of time, who was the manager for the Appleton branch of Stiefel Nicholas?
It was Mark Jensen.
And can you describe for us the process through which a new branch is opened?
Sure. Basically, you decide about 30 days before you're leaving your existing firm. So you're finding an office location, renting an office, ordering furniture, getting everything ready so that the office is ready to open when you transfer your license from your previous firm to your new firm. But technically, you can't talk to your customers and tell them that you're moving. So it's pretty much a process that is behind the scenes. So you're working with the new firm in what they call the ACATS department. It's the customer account transfer department. And then they will bring a team of people from the home office. Usually on a Friday afternoon. You resign at noon at your other firm so that you have the whole weekend to get the office set up and transfer and contact your larger clients over the weekend, because the former firm is going to go after your customers, because you have to get a signature from every one of your customers to decide if they want to transfer their business with you. So you're throwing your book up into your book of business up into the air and hoping that those clients will land at your new firm. What the transition team does is basically ensures you stay in business. They're sending out all of the forms that are necessary to transfer all the different types of accounts, from a single account to an IRA account to a corporate account to an institutional account, and then all of those accounts over the next month, hopefully all those people return those forms and you have your book of business.
So then when you resign from the old firm on a Friday afternoon, you want to be up and running at your new firm by Monday morning?
That's correct, yep, because you have, you'll have spent the whole weekend calling all of your customers and saying, hey, you're going to get paperwork in the mail, everything's going to be status quo, I want to continue the relationship with you because, I'm the person you're working with, you're not working with the firm. You have that committed, trusted relationship with the financial advisor that you're working with.
And so then it's the customer's choice of whether they go with you to the new firm or not.
That's correct.
All right, and so is that the process that happened after September 30th over that next weekend when you moved from Baird to Stiefel?
That's correct.
And so where is the home base for Stiefel Nicholas?
Stiefel Nicholas is based downtown St. Louis, Missouri.
And so did individuals from St. Louis, Missouri help you open this Appleton branch?
Yes, there was a transition team that came in Friday from the home office. It was 5 or 6 people.
Do you remember anybody who came from St. Louis to help?
Yes, the Kelly Labonte was there, Dawn Cooper, a margins clerk. Those are pretty much the only people that I remember from St. Louis. And then we had some local people from other branches come also.
Now, did you have a contact person at Stiefel Nicholas that sort of made you caused you to move from Baird to Stiefel?
Yes, it was Mark Jensen. He had come to the firm a few months before I had, so he went through the similar process, and my boss in St. Louis, Scott McKaig, basically said, well, here's somebody that went through the process. He'll help you. He'll make it, easy to move over.
And this person, Scott McKaig, that you've described, who is
Yes.
he?
Scott McKaig was the sales manager of all of the brokers in the firm, and I considered him my boss.
And was there any connection between Scott McKaig and Kelly Labonte?
Yes, Scott McKaig, his secretary was Kelly Labonte. So Kelly would go to all of the offices that Scott would open.
And so then in early October, the very beginning of October of 1998, you were in Appleton opening the office, and Kelly Labonte was also there?
Yes, she was.
And was Mark Jensen also there?
Yes, he was.
And now, while this is happening, I imagine, is it a pretty hectic weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic because you're working out of boxes. You're trying to get all of your customer paperwork ready. You're filling out HR paperwork, I-9s. Anything that it takes to become a new employee at a new firm, health insurance, all of those things.
And over that weekend, what did you observe Kelly Labonte and Mark Jensen doing?
Well, they were pretty secretive. They were behind closed doors most of the time. I would have expected them to help, but it was one of those things where they weren't there, and I was pretty disappointed in the fact that Scott told me that they would be there to help.
So you're saying that Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte were in some office?
They were in one of the offices behind closed doors most of the time.
And that would not be typical of people helping you?
No, because had questions, and it was awkward in the fact that do you open the door, do you talk? I mean, so it was not a good situation.
So what did you think when you observed those interactions between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte?
It was one of the things where you get the feeling that something wasn't quite right.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, you can get a vibe when somebody is interested in somebody else. It was, what would you say? You could see there was some chemistry there. And my coworker, who was Ron, we were going to be co-managing the office. He was pretty upset too, the fact that they were brought in to help us when they could be stuffing envelopes or signing, filling out documents for us.
And at that time period, Mark's role was not just to help you open the office, it was also to become the acting manager before you got your Series 8.
Yeah, he would be the acting manager from his Racine office. So pretty much I would send documents down to him to sign. Anything would have to be approved by him. So he was the supervisor with the Series 8 license.
And so, to be clear, before you met Mark Jensen that weekend, had you talked to him on the phone?
We had talked on the phone because I wanted to find out how the process would go, and it's a nervous time because you're unsure of the new firm, you're unsure of the people. So he assured me that it would be a good transition.
Now, is that weekend the first time you met him in person?
Yes.
And can you tell us, in the courtroom today, do you see Mark Jensen?
Yep, he's over there in the defendant's box.
Can you just describe something that he's wearing?
He is wearing a black suit and like a diamond check tie.
All right, the record should reflect the witness identified Mark Jensen in open court.
So, after this branch opened, after that hectic weekend, did you have any opportunity to talk to Mark Jensen on the phone after that?
I'm sure we talk daily, but I don't recall any conversations.
So you know you would have talked on the phone with him?
Yeah, because I would have had questions about operations, and
And so then when is the next time you would have seen the defendant in person?
well, he was there the whole weekend, so we were there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the next time I would have saw Mark was at the Blueprint National Conference, and that was like November 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere. It was like a Wednesday through Saturday.
All right, so can you describe for us what this conference is?
Sure. So it's a mandatory meeting that happens once a year so that the firms can update the brokers and the managers with any compliance changes, any regulatory changes. They usually have some of the wholesalers, which are the people that represent the mutual fund companies or some of the products that we sell or sold at the time. They would tout the features and benefits. You might get some continuing education requirements for insurance license or just, it's a pretty festive atmosphere. It's, meetings all day and then training.
So was this hosted by Stifel Nicholas, the company?
Yes, it was Stifel Nicholas's Blueprint. And that would have been the first time that I would have met a lot of the people at the firm.
And so this is the Stifel Nicholas conference for Stifel Nicholas stockbrokers?
Yes, correct. Yep.
And some other Stifel Nicholas employees, maybe not stockbrokers, would also come as well?
Yes, so they would also have home office people would come because, you want to get to know who your margin clerk is, who your back office people are. They encourage those people to come.
So where was this held?
It was held at a hotel in St. Louis. I'm not sure of the name of the hotel, but it was a large convention center because there probably would have been 1,000 people there.
And so St. Louis, Missouri, you're referring
Yes,
to?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And you said it was November 5th through November 7th?
I believe so. It was the first week of November, right after I had started with the firm.
And that's 1998 then?
Yes, correct.
So you're pretty new at the firm when you travel to this conference?
Yes, just about 30 days.
And so you really would have only known the people who were from Appleton?
Correct. Yeah, it was myself and Ron, and I think it was just us two that came over to start.
And then you would have known the people who helped open up your branch in
Yes,
Appleton?
yep. So, yep. Like I said, I can't recall everybody's name. And then Scott McKeag would have been there, the CEO of the company, Ron Krzyzewski. Yeah, I mean, it would have been. I would have tried to meet new people, and
So to begin with, a limited number of people that
that's
you know
correct. Yep,
at the conference. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And so can you just describe for us, like during the day, what are people doing at this conference?
So during the day, well, you'll meet for breakfast, and then you'll have meetings from like 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock. So you have like breakout sessions, listen to different speakers. There probably was like a general meeting where everybody was in a ballroom to hear a speaker, but then you'd have the breakout sessions.
And it's on Saturday that everybody would leave?
Yes, Saturday was the flying day. Yep, back home.
Now, can you tell us what people would do once the sessions were over, when it was dinner time or after dinner?
Sure. After dinner, everybody would congregate at the bar or in the hotel lobby. Have a few drinks, talk about what went on, meet new people, networking.
So I'd like you to think back to the Friday of the conference. So I'm asking you to think back to November 6th of 1998. Was there a dinner that evening?
Yes, there would have been a dinner.
And so who were you eating dinner with that evening?
I know I was having dinner with Mark and Ron. I don't remember who else was at the table.
And so was this a dinner for everyone at the conference?
Yes, yeah, it was like a farewell dinner.
So it would have to be somewhere in that hotel? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So a big room at that hotel hosted it?
Yes.
And so before dinner, did you have anything to drink that Friday?
I don't recall.
But that wouldn't be unusual, right?
No, it wouldn't be. And there's times where I would have like Coke and put a lime in it and make it look like a drink, because you don't want to be out of place.
So like a happy hour drink.
Correct.
And then at dinner, do you recall drinking anything?
I believe I had some wine. I think the wine with the steak.
And then once the dinner was over, well, actually, let me ask this. Was the dinner pretty long?
Yeah, because there was speakers, and I would say it probably lasted at least till 10 o'clock.
So dinner ends quite late.
Yes.
After dinner, what did you do?
Ended up, there was a hotel bar that I went and had some conversation.
Okay, so after dinner, you go to the hotel bar.
Yes.
Now, right after dinner, was there quite a few people at the bar?
Yeah, I mean, like any meeting, you're going to have people that'll filter out and then, filter out of it.
And this is also the Friday evening going into Saturday from your recollection?
Yes, the Friday night was the last night that I was there.
And then would there be some sessions on Saturday morning?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you don't.
I don't remember.
Okay, you just don't recall that.
Yep.
But
thinking about that, there probably was because I do remember. Yes, yeah, we did have a meeting that morning.
And then at some point on Saturday, everyone who's out of town is scheduled to leave?
Correct, and normally you take your luggage right to the meeting and you put it in the back of the room.
And so you were scheduled to leave that Saturday?
That's correct.
All right, so thinking back to that Friday night at the bar, was there a time period when other people who had been with you began leaving?
Sure. Like I said, people filter out and start to leave.
And was that as the night got later?
Yes.
All right, so I want you to think back to at the time of around bar close. Who was still around after bar close time?
Well, I was, and then Mark was. Kelly was there. There was a broker from Ohio, but I can't remember his name. Ron was there, and there was a fair amount of people, that were still there. But the bar was closed, so drinking coffee, just continuing.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm just it's a festive type attitude.
So then once the bar was closed, where was this group of people?
It was in the hotel lobby.
And then do you happen to remember that evening whether Dawn Cooper was there as well?
Yeah, Dawn was there. Mm-hmm.
Was she drinking as well?
Well, at the bar, people were drinking.
Okay, yourself included?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen?
Yes.
All right, so did there come a point that evening where it got late enough where only you and Mark were there?
Yes.
And can you tell us, did you have discussions with Mark at that point?
Yeah, there was, after everybody was gone, we were kind of talking and.
So first, can you tell me what topic you were discussing with Mark?
Sure. Well, he was talking about the strangest things. I mean, I couldn't believe that somebody would talk about killing their wife. It was kind of out of the blue.
Had you been talking with him on the topic of wives?
When I was had just had some problems in my marriage, and he was talking about some problems in his, and so it was kind of like, we were talking about spouses.
Okay, so you were on the subject.
That's
of spouses?
correct. Yep.
And you had some not great things to say about your marriage?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
And was it the same for Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Now, before I ask you about the actual conversation, I just want to clarify, was your wife at the time Joanne Klug?
That's correct.
And you were married to her at the time?
Yes.
Had there been a point recently before 1998 where you had some issues involving your wife?
Yes, I had filed for divorce in, I think, 95 or 96 and had moved out for a month.
But that divorce did not go through?
Yeah, we reconciled. We went on a cruise and we got remarried and recommitted and, tried to patch things up.
Now, to be clear, did you get divorced so you had to be
No,
remarried?
no, I had asked her if we would not do that, so we reconciled.
Okay, so reconciled, not remarried.
Right, well, right, but then we went on a cruise and did get remarried, so.
Oh, like renewing vows?
Renewing vows, yes, so I should say, yeah.
Now, during that time period where things were rough with your wife, did you have some kind of interest in a woman you were working with?
Yeah, I had a friend, and she was my assistant, and it was one of those things where it was not a sexual relationship. It was a friendship in the fact that, somebody that understood your hectic day and somebody to talk to.
Was that woman named Stacy Bauer?
That's correct.
And did she work with you?
Yes.
And what was her role or her job?
She was like an office assistant.
So you were interested in her, is that correct?
Yeah, she was a widow and had 2 young children, and I helped her, because there wasn't food in her fridge and stuff like that. It was just, I felt sorry for the kids.
And that interest caused problems in your marriage, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, even at the time of this conference in 1998, there were still some troubles in your marriage?
I wouldn't say troubles. I would say that more or less trying to rekindle what you had and trying to get that your spouse's respect back. The trust issues.
Now, thinking back to this conversation that you had with Mark Jensen, can you tell us, to the best of your recollection, what Mark Jensen said to you?
Mark was talking about how to get rid of the problem, basically. The websites that you could go to search how to kill your wife. And it was just like the craziest thing that I ever heard, that, an educated person would say something like that. And then he was talking about poisons and Benadryl and, things that could be undetectable.
So what was the problem that Mark Jensen had in his life when he was saying these things to you?
Well, the problem was he didn't want to pay maintenance. He, wanted to have everything and have his new friend, Kelly, move in with him.
And so the problem was his wife?
That's correct.
Now, at this point, you had described that Mark Jensen had been drinking.
Yes.
Did you have any opinion on whether he was intoxicated or not?
It's. I know he had been drinking. It was just, I couldn't believe somebody was talking like that. I mean, it was, I had never heard anybody talk like that. It was really weird.
So you would say that he was drinking, but do you know if he was intoxicated or not, based on your observations?
To say if somebody was intoxicated, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he was stumbling all over. I mean, he was, definitely animated in the fact that he was telling how to kill his wife.
Okay, and so what do you remember him mentioning in terms of the kinds of things he was looking up?
Sure. He was looking up poison, and he was telling me that you could get items that would be non-detectable in a normal autopsy. He was looking at ways that, he would put somebody to sleep, and put something in. He said you could put it in drinks, have them drink it.
And did he mention any other substances?
Well, he was talking about Benadryl and like what I look at, he said like ethylene glycol, and I didn't know what ethylene glycol was, and then it's antifreeze. So I kept looking at Benadryl and saying, well, what's in Benadryl? You know, and I looked up the base chemical. It's polyethylene glycol, which is not toxic to you. So I couldn't understand how Benadryl would kill you.
But you recall him mentioning then ethylene glycol?
Yes, I remember ethylene glycol.
And then you learned that that's antifreeze?
Yes.
Okay, and you've described this as a crazy conversation?
Yes.
And so at some point, after this conversation has occurred, at some point, do you leave the conversation?
Yeah, because it was getting late, and I always like to check in with my wife, so because she would be up, she's worried about me, and you know, so I went back to the room and called Joanne.
All right, so did you actually speak to your wife on the phone?
Yes, I did.
And even though it's really late at night?
Yes, yeah, because I would always check in with her, and then, I had to tell her what kind of crazy conversation I was having.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Looking at that, can you tell us what that is?
That would be a phone bill from AT&T Ameritech, my phone bill.
And if you could just make sure the microphone's a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit closer.
It's my phone bill for my home phone, Ameritech AT&T.
And does that show the calls that you referred to, or the call between you and your wife that early morning?
Yes. It was November 7th, and it was 2:34 was the first call, 2 minutes, then 3:38, 4 minutes, 1 minute, another 4 minutes at 4:02, 4:06, another 5 minutes.
Okay, and so Mr. Klug, I'm going to ask you to look at something on the screen in a second. And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 11. And so this is, as soon as we get it on the screen, this is the item on State's Exhibit 11 labeled phone records. Are the TVs on?
Are they on, Jan? They're on?
All right. So I'm going to just try to see if I can zoom in a little bit on this. All right, you can see it better actually on this view. Okay, so Mr. Klug, is the thing that you're holding in your hand, State's Exhibit 12, does that match what you see on the screen there?
Yes, it does.
All right, and so if it's easier for you to look at what's in your hand, that's fine. So can you tell us what is the first phone call that you see those early morning hours of November 7th from St. Louis?
Yep, it's 2:34 a.m. From my room back to my wife. It was a 2-minute phone call.
All right, and so this being your home phone record, these would be the calls that would show on your home phone as the received calls?
That's correct.
And then what is the next phone call between yourself and your wife?
The next call is 3:38 a.m., and that's a 4-minute call.
And is that off to the right over a little bit?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And then the next phone call you see?
4:01.
And about how long was that one?
That was a minute.
And then after that?
4:02, 4 minutes. And then 4:06, 5 minutes.
All right. And then later on the 7th, did you have a phone call with your wife, like during the regular daytime?
Yep, that was when I was at the airport. It was a 7-minute call back to my house. It was from a payphone.
Okay, so we see the from payphone and then MO for Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
That's correct. I'm sorry.
All right, so I want to talk to you about the initial conversation that you had with your wife, Joanne Klug. During that conversation, what did you tell your wife?
I told her that I was in the bar and that I was with Mark and that he was talking stupid, and I'm probably going to go back down and listen.
Okay, were you more specific about what?
Yeah, he told me he was going to kill his wife, and my wife at the time, Joanne, did not want me to go back down there. So it was a short conversation.
So when you first, in that phone call with your wife, when you brought up Mark Jensen, did she know him at all?
She had met him once in the Appleton office.
All right, so she had met him at least once, and you're telling her about what he had just told you.
Yes.
And did you specifically say anything about him looking up things to kill his wife?
Yes, it was a pretty basic call telling her what was going on, and it was like, it was kind of like I didn't want to take the time I wanted to get back down there and listen to what he was saying.
Okay, so actually your goal was to get off this phone call
That's correct.
because you wanted to continue talking to Mark Jensen?
Yes, and yeah.
And why did you want to do that?
Well, because I had never heard anybody talk that stupid in my life about how they wanted to kill their wife.
So it was a fascinating conversation to you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was interesting.
And what was your wife's thoughts about that?
She told me not to go down there, that I would be stupid to go back down there.
In terms of what your wife expressed, was she not happy with that conversation?
No, not at all.
Did you listen to your wife?
No, being a man, I don't listen to wives.
And what did you do?
I went back down there.
All right. And so when you went back down there, was Mark Jensen still there?
Yes.
And did you continue the conversation with him?
Yes, we did, and he went into more detail.
Now, was the topic of that second conversation, that renewed conversation with Mark Jensen, was it the same?
It was the same continued conversation about Mark wanting to get rid of his wife.
And the research on the internet?
In the research on the internet and all the effects of what the chemicals could do to your body to crystallize you from the inside out and not be detectable. He kept talking about that.
Now, had you ever met Julie Jensen?
I never met Julie.
Now, when you had this conversation, this second conversation with Mark Jensen, I take it was somewhat later in the morning, and about what time do you think the second conversation was occurring?
Okay, so I would have gone back down after the conversation. So this says 2:34 a.m., and then the next call was 3:38. So it was between that time that I went back to the lobby to talk to Mark.
And then at some point, did you return to your hotel room for the night?
Yes, at 4:01.
So you believe that you weren't actually done speaking to Mark in your hotel room for the night until about 4 in the morning?
That's correct. And then I had a conversation again with Joanne. It was actually 3 calls, so it was about 10 minutes worth of talking to her.
All right, and what was the nature of that conversation with your wife?
Explaining to her what he had talked about because, she was really, like I said, she wasn't happy, the previous time. So basically, he started she wanted to know what the conversation was, and I was explaining to her, because I was so surprised that somebody would talk like that, poison your wife, kill your wife, all things that I had never been exposed to.
So then, after getting to your room at about 4 a.m., did you have to be somewhere the next morning?
Yeah, then the conference would start again at 7 a.m. for breakfast.
And then after the morning sessions of the conference, what did you do?
So then I went to the airport and then called Joanne again to let her know that I was coming home, and then we had a conversation again, because she was wanting to. She thought about everything I had said the night before, and she was a very spiritual person, so she was just wanting to make sure I was safe.
And so during this airport conversation, you and Joanne, you once again discussed what Mark Jensen had said?
Yes.
And do you recall what was said during that conversation?
Pretty much repeating what I had said the night before, talking about Mark wanting to kill his wife and the different websites and the chemicals, what it would do to your body, the crystallizing from the inside out, the shortness of breath, the fact that it's a very slow process, and it wouldn't be detectable.
And so did your wife's attitude remain the same?
Yes, she.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, after you had this conversation with Mark Jensen, you've talked about talking to your wife about it. Is there anyone else during that time period that you believe you mentioned it to?
Oh, yeah. Ron Ruck, who was my co-manager, came to pick me up at the hotel and at my room to go down to the meeting. And he asked what I did the night before, and I told Ron Ruck that I was up with Mark Jensen, and being that he managed Ron, also told him that that he was talking about how to kill wives, and he took it as I wanted to kill my wife, and I said no, Mark wanted to kill his wife.
So you described that to Ron Rock?
Yes.
And then once you returned to the office, did you say anything to anyone?
Yeah. So then the Monday morning after the conference, I told basically Stacy, and I told everybody in the office what had happened, because it was such a weird conversation.
Okay, so you specifically remember telling Stacy Bauer?
Yes.
And is there anyone else who you specifically remember that you told or mentioned this to?
I don't.
Now, I want to direct your attention to about a month or less than a month after this conversation had occurred between you and Mark Jensen. At that time, did you hear that Mark Jensen's wife had died?
Actually, from Mark himself, he called the office and told me that his wife had died.
And do you remember about the time frame that you got that call from Mark Jensen?
It was first thing that Monday morning after Thanksgiving. So it'd be, what's that, probably December 5th, 6th, somewhere in that range.
And was it your impression that Mark Jensen's wife had just died
Yes.
based on the conversation?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Klug, what did you think about hearing that in that phone?
Because of the fact that the conversation we had, and he was my supervisor, and, I didn't bring it up any of the conversation that we had. He didn't bring up any of the conversation, other than he was telling me how she was so depressed, and that she was sleeping a lot, you know, and as, you know, I was a caring person, so, you know, I wanted to know how the kids were doing and, you know, how he was doing, you know, because he just lost his wife.
Did you confront him about what he had told you?
I didn't confront it, but in the back of my mind, I knew what had happened, and then, you know, I didn't say anything. And then after the call, I went out and told Stacy, and I said, Mark's wife died, and she said, oh my God, he killed her.
Objection, move to strike, that was
That
hearsay.
is stricken from the record.
I believe that is an excited utterance, if I may lay some foundation
You
for
could
that.
start over, but the way he said it, obviously, it was an answer to your question. So if you want to lay a foundation, you can.
So, Mr. Klug,
Yes.
I want you to think back to that moment after you had that phone call with Mark Jensen. You then go to, your intention is to tell other people in the office, is that
Yes,
correct?
because of the shock.
And when you did so, what did you have to do? Did you have to leave your office? Where did you go?
Yeah, I left my office and then went to the front reception area.
And was this person, Stacy Bauer, was she there?
Yes, she was.
And what did you say out loud?
I told her that Mark's wife had died.
And did you see her reaction to that?
Yes, and she's an expressive person. She said, oh my God, he killed her.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
Sustained.
So, without saying words, Mr. Klug, can you describe to us what you saw in terms of Ms. Bauer's expression?
Sure, she was excitable in the fact that she knew what had happened because I had had the conversation with her.
Okay, and so then what did you observe about her body or her facial expressions?
Just shock, you know, or kind of like, oh my God, you know, that type of thing.
And so immediately after you said what you said, and then you made those observations about Ms. Bauer, what did she say?
Objection calls for hearsay. I don't think that there's a basis for an excited utterance at this point. Essentially what we have is...
Hang on. We're just arguing way too much legal
Sorry,
jargon.
sorry.
Take a break, folks. All right, the jury is outside the courtroom. You can continue, Ms. Renner, now.
Thank you, Your Honor. What we have here is the state is saying that this is an excited utterance, yet we don't have any actual description of excitement. We only have the word "she was excitable," which is obvious since the state has already said this is an excited utterance. And he said shock, kind of like, oh my God, that kind of thing, I believe was his exact testimony. That none of that actually describes someone as being excited. It simply is a cumulative assessment.
You want to respond, Ms. McNeil?
Well, Judge, I think this is actually classic excited utterance. It's when somebody hears something that is, stunning to them, and then their reaction to it, what they blurt out of their mouth. And the reason that this is a hearsay exception is because the idea is when someone hears something stunning, their immediate reaction to that is reliable. And so that's why those statements are allowed into evidence, because it is so immediate and because it's after a shocking event or experience or hearing something shocking. And Mr. Klug did describe Ms. Bauer as shocked. The words, there's, no magic words for excited utterance. You just have to describe that heightened emotional state, which Mr. Klug has done.
Well, I agree there's no magic formula here. It is spontaneous, and it sounds like the witness or the person that made the statement was in shock based upon the description of Mr. Klug. And I think it's a classic excited utterance. I agree. So we're going to bring the jury back in the,
Your Honor, before we do that, there's a possible objection coming out as well that we might want to deal with so we don't have to bring them back and forth. My guess is that Mr. Klug, based on his statements thus far, is going to be going into why he believes that Ms. Bauer said this, and I believe that would be speculation and inappropriate.
I can't predict what the state's going to ask. I wish I could. So if we get in that area and I think it's speculation, make your objection.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, bring the jury back out. All rise.
Please be seated.
All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case. The jury is back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. The objection was overruled and the question will be allowed. So go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So, Mr. Klug, I was asking you, after you made that statement about Mr. Jensen's wife being dead, what did Ms. Bauer say?
She said, "Oh my God, he killed her."
Now, in terms of your conversation with Mark Jensen, did you ever confront him about it?
I didn't.
And then there was a time period when you learned that Mark Jensen had been charged with killing his wife.
That's correct.
And when was that approximately?
I thought it was like '06 or '07. I'm not sure.
Was it possible it was as old as 2002?
Oh, yeah, it could have been.
And then did something else happen in around 2006, 2007 related to this?
Like the evidentiary hearing?
Right, like someone reaching out to you about the case?
Well, I had made one phone call to the Pleasant Prairie Department, but the only thing they had asked me about was Mark using your computer? And I said he was, but the firm had replaced all of the computers in an upgrade. So it's kind of like I just didn't say anything after that to them.
So I just want to break this down by time period.
Yes,
There's a time period when you learn that Mark Jensen's wife is dead, correct?
that's correct.
And then after that, you did not tell police or prosecutors or anyone in authority about what Mark Jensen had said, correct?
No, I didn't.
And after that time period, did you tell your wife that Mark Jensen's wife had died?
Yes.
And tell us about that conversation.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, initially, he's just telling us that the conversation occurred, so I don't think this question calls.
Well, you're getting close. I mean, he can talk about what he said to his wife. I don't have a problem with that.
Basically, I told her what had happened with the phone call from Mark, telling me that, that his wife had died, and then I let her know that Mark was being charged with killing his wife, that he was arrested, and he wasn't the manager anymore of Racine office.
So during this time period, after hearing about the death of Mark Jensen's wife, and then after hearing that he had been charged with that, did your wife, Joanne, give you any advice about coming forward?
Objection, again, calls for hearsay.
This is not hearsay. This is a fact on the listener. It does not matter if it's true or not. It's what she told him.
I'll let you ask the one question, but we're not going to get any more into what his wife said, okay? You can ask this one question. Go ahead.
All right, so did your wife advise you either way about whether you should come forward?
She said she would support me in whatever decision that I made.
And at that time, you made the decision not to tell anyone in authority about what you
Yes,
knew.
I did not want to get involved.
Now, it is true that some people that you worked with did know what Mark Jensen had told you because you had told them.
Yes, that was Quinn Yorton. He was the manager of the Green Bay office, and I knew he had some police background, so I was asking him questions.
And so were you seeking his advice?
Yes.
And after that conversation with Mr. Yorton, did you make a call either to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department or to prosecutors?
Yes, I called, I believe I called the courthouse or somebody then they wanted to question me after that.
Now, when you did that, did you talk about this conversation you've just described at the hotel at the conference?
Yes.
You're saying that you told in 2000, you're saying that in that call that you talked about the specific conversation where Mark Jensen said he had killed his wife?
Yes.
Objection, I think we need a time frame here.
You want to put a date in or a year? Or
So it might help if I show Mr. Klug. I have another exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 13.
all right, show them 13.
Oh. Yes,
So let me just ask you about that particular exhibit. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit 13 is?
yes, that's my handwriting on a document describing what I had remembered from the conversation.
Some notes that you had taken?
Yes.
And what prompted you to write down those notes that you see in State's Exhibit 13?
Quinn had told me to keep like a log, to try to jog your memory. So it was on 3/21/02, I called the DA office and left a voicemail in Kenosha.
All right. But to be clear, when you made that phone call, you did not describe this conversation at the
No,
hotel.
that's correct. Yep.
And then you said something about computers. Is that what you talked about?
Yeah, then that probably was the next conversation about they wanted to know if Mark was using any computers. And I said he would have used the computers in my office, but that we had replaced those computers in a firm-wide upgrade.
So, Mr. Klug, can you tell us why you didn't tell the police or prosecutors or someone in authority about this conversation?
I was scared of Mark. I was scared of the fact that if he killed his wife, what could happen to me?
Now, I want you to think back to the time period of July of 2007. Do you remember during that time period someone from the district attorney's office reaching out to you?
Yes.
And was it only at that point that you told the district attorney's office about this conversation with Mark Jensen?
I believe so, yes.
And then shortly thereafter, shortly after that contact, did you end up testifying at a hearing about that?
Yes, because they wanted to get my statements of my recollection of what had happened.
And then sometime a few months later, did you testify again, do you recall? So do you recall 2 prior testimonies?
Yes.
And then at some point before the second testimony, is that when you discovered those notes you're looking at in State's Exhibit 13?
Yes, because I went through all my compliance files and found notes.
And so you turned those notes over?
Yes.
And so again, what was the time period of those notes in State's Exhibit 13?
The date was 3/21/02, and then 4/10/02. And then there's no other dates beyond that. Oh, I'm sorry. These are notes saying when the conference was, and when the weekend was that Kelly was at my office and Mark was at the office. Did you want me to read the notes?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
Now, During the course of taking these notes, was that to remind yourself about this conversation that you had had with Mark Jensen?
Yes,
And at that point, that was acting on the advice of Quinn Yorton?
that's correct.
All right, and so in these notes, do you note things like Mark Jensen wanting to get rid of his wife?
Yes. He was saying how unhappy his marriage was and that, where are we at here? He wanted to get rid of her.
And I see that you wrote down the word psycho. Was that in reference to
To
Mark
Mark,
Jensen?
yes.
Was it in reference to him or
Oh,
him referring to his wife?
What page is that on?
So that would be the fourth page, the top of the fourth page?
He wanted to get rid of her. Psycho. Next. I'm thinking it was about his wife, that he was telling me that she was psycho. Because it was, he wanted to get rid of her was the comment before on the previous page.
And then, did you also note that it seemed like he was trying to be your friend or wanted to be your friend?
Yeah,
And then finally, did you note something about Benadryl and an OD?
yes. Okay, so next Monday, unless your thought was odd, talked every few weeks, would call every so often, try to say Benadryl overdose, get out of bed. She was depressed. And then I just put, he was my boss from 10/1/98 to 3/15 of 99.
And then you note the 10-1, by that date, you note that Kelly came to the office?
Yes, yep, and I put 10/1 weekend, 01, Kelly came to set up the office. I can't read my writing. Two people, conversation, uneasy about, yeah, it's basic notes about what I wanted to remember.
Now, is it fair to say that as you look at these notes, this is not like how someone would write out a statement, correct?
No, it would be random thoughts that would have been talked about as during a conversation.
So like, if someone else is looking at this, they might not be able to interpret what you've written, correct?
Correct, or read it because my writing isn't good.
Like, for instance, if you look at the first page of these notes, do you see something written there, sick feeling in stomach?
Yes, a sick feeling in stomach, Quinn Yorton recommended.
Now,
So,
do you know what you were talking about when you wrote that?
I think it was talking about my feelings because it was like bringing up, it was hard to talk about it.
So anticipating maybe calling the police or talking to the
Yes.
police about this?
Yes,
All right, and so again, you turned these over once you found these?
yes,
And you believe you found them at some point before your second testimony?
yes.
Now, Mr. Klug, do you remember someone working at Stiefel Nicholas by the name of Dave Naring?
Yes, Dave Nearing was a fellow investment broker. He worked in Mark's office.
And did you ever have contact with Dave Naring?
I've talked to Dave, yes.
And do you remember ever talking to him about what Mark had told you?
Yeah, he was Mark's best friend, and he was telling me,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So just tell us about what you said in this conversation with Dave Naring that we're talking about.
sure. Mark always would sit in his office with the door closed and the blinds closed. Dave spent a lot of time at Mark and Julie's house.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Klug, what I'm trying to ask you is whether there
Can
was
I just sustain the objection first? It's okay. Thank you.
sustained. All right, so Mr. Klug, what I'm trying to ask you is, with Dave Naring, was there a point in time where you would have told him or mentioned to him this conversation that Mark had with you about killing his wife?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the context of that?
The context was, they were coworkers in the office and friends, and I wanted to tell them what was going on.
So you knew that Dave Naring, even though he didn't work in your office, you knew he knew Mark Jensen?
Right, because it was another office close by.
Now, Mr. Klug, to be clear, when prosecutors reached out to you in the summer of 2007 to talk to you about this conversation, you knew at that time that Mark Jensen had been criminally charged with killing his wife, didn't you?
Yes,
So you knew it was a serious conversation, correct?
that's correct.
And you knew it was important to be as accurate as possible, correct?
That's correct.
And then it was just within a couple days of that you testified the first time, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about things that have happened more recently. Did you and your wife, Joanne Klug, did you divorce?
Yes, she filed for divorce in September of 2011, and it was final February of 14.
And your wife, Joanne, does she now live out of state somewhere?
Yes, she does.
And in terms of your life, have you remarried?
I remarried in 2015.
Now, was there a time period, I want you to think back approximately a year ago, last December, was there a time period where someone acting as an investigator for Mark Jensen came to talk to you?
Yes, it was my grandson's birthday, and I had arrived at their house, and there was somebody there. I don't remember his name, but he wanted to have a conversation about the Jensen trial. And I said, well, it's my grandson's birthday. I can talk for a few minutes. And then, because I thought I was compelled to talk, I didn't have to talk to him. I was just being cooperative.
Okay, so you did talk to that person?
Yes.
And was that for a fairly long amount of time?
Yeah, it ended up being probably an hour and a half.
And so then, to be clear, you've talked in detail about what has occurred. You testified twice.
Yes.
There's also this investigator person you talked to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just about your observations during that conversation, do you have any idea whether that conversation was being recorded?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain that.
Now, Mr. Klug, do you have any expectation of getting money as a result of testifying in this case?
No.
And you've been a known witness in this case from 2007, is that correct?
That's correct.
And has it caused you to get a bunch of money?
Have not received one penny. It's cost me money to be a witness.
Okay, I have no further questions, and I would just move the exhibits that were testified to, so that's
Could you,
11.
Just say those numbers for the record.
Yes, so that would be 11, 12, and 13.
All right, subject to cross to 11, 12, and 13 will come in. Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Ms. Renner.
So, Mr. Klug, you testified you first spoke with Mark Jensen over the telephone, correct?
What are you talking about?
When you very first met Mark Jensen, your first conversation with him was over the telephone.
Yes,
And this was the conversation about transitioning from your former brokerage to Stifel Nicholas?
yeah, that's correct.
And this was a business conversation.
Yes.
It's not a social or a personal conversation?
No, because I didn't know Mark.
And you then met Mark in person on October 1st?
Yes,
And that's when he was in Appleton to help with the transition?
that's correct.
And your conversations that day were also business-related?
That's correct.
They weren't personal?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Jensen had become your supervisor upon the transition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because you did not have the right kind of license to supervise the office?
To supervise the trades, he was managing the trades. I was managing the day-to-day operations of the office.
Now, Mr. Jensen, though, is only your supervisor for about 5 months.
Yes,
In fact, he worked out of the Racine office.
correct.
You were in the Appleton office. That weekend in October was the only time that you had Mr. Jensen in your office, is that correct?
Yes,
As your supervisor?
yes,
And that's when you got your Series 8 license in March of 1999, correct?
that's correct.
And after that, Mr. Jensen was no longer supervising you in any way.
That's correct.
So prior to the Blueprint conference, you had what, maybe 20, 25 minutes worth of conversation with Mr. Jensen?
He was there the whole weekend.
He was there,
Yes,
but you said he was hanging out in an office?
yes, with the door closed.
And so he was talking, but he was talking to you during that whole weekend?
There would have been some conversation, probably if I had a question on a form or, procedures.
And so those conversations would have all been business-related, correct?
Correct.
And they weren't personal or social in nature?
No,
So then you go to the Blueprint conference, correct?
correct.
And let's turn then to that Friday night. Now, after a day of listening to different speakers, there was a cocktail hour.
Correct.
And during that cocktail hour, you drank.
Yes.
And what did you drink?
Probably, I don't remember. It was some form of alcohol. Could have been a beer with mixed drink, depending on what was there.
Well, you testified previously in this matter, correct?
Yes,
And the testimony on July 30th of 2007, and for counsel, that's page 20, lines 4 for 12.
Thank you.
So on July 30th, you were asked the question, would you have a cocktail prior to dinner? Answer, yeah, there would have been a social hour before dinner.
correct.
Question, and what's your usual drink? Answer, a couple of drinks. Question, and so what's your usual drink? Answer, I'll drink a Bud Light. Question, so you think you had at least 2 Bud Lights and a couple glasses of wine? Answer, correct. Was that your testimony?
You're reading it. I don't see it in front of me.
Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And so those couple glasses of wine were during dinner, right?
Yes, correct.
Now, you also testified on January 8th of 2008 in this matter, correct?
Okay, yes.
Well, you testified twice.
Okay.
And counsel, this would be page 177, lines 1 through 4
177 on the transcript, you're saying?
on the transcript.
And lines?
1 through 4.
Thank you.
So on January 8th of 2008, you testified in this matter. And to be clear, for both of these times that you testified, you did have to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did testify
Yes, that's what you're reading.
after swearing to do so, right?
Yes.
And on January 8th of 2008, the question was, and on Friday night, you had a happy hour? Answer, there was a happy hour, yes. And question, you had 2 Crown and Cokes? Answer, yes. Was that your testimony on January 8th of 2008?
Yes.
So today, you don't remember what you drank that night.
It was 20 years ago.
But it could have been beers and it could have been Crown and Cokes?
Possibly.
And as we already established, you had a glass or 2 of wine at dinner.
With food, yes.
And then after dinner, you went to the lobby bar.
Correct.
And you were drinking in the lobby bar,
Correct.
having about 1 or 2, probably about 2 an hour, would you say?
I don't know.
So again, you testified on July 30th of 2007. Counsel, this will be page 20, lines 16 to 25.
That's the page on the transcript?
Yep. For July 30th, 2007.
Right, let me just. My transcript starts on.
But
Okay.
my apologies.
Thank you.
So on July 30th of 2007, you testified, well, I should say, you were asked, and what did you have to drink? The court asked in the lounge? Question, in the lobby. Thank you, Judge. Your answer was, at that time, I would have had a few more beers with the group. Question, and how many? Answer, 2 or 3. Question, how many were you drinking every hour? Answer, probably 2 an hour.
Okay.
Is that your testimony at that time?
Yes.
And that night you were drinking a mixture of Crown Royal and Coke and beers?
Yes.
So in total, you had probably 11, 12 drinks that night?
Possibly.
And during the time in the bar, you were socializing, right?
Yes,
You were talking to different people,
correct.
and you said that things started to clear out towards the end.
Yes,
But at bar close, Don Cooper was there,
yes,
and Ron Ruck was there,
yes,
Kelly Labonte,
yes,
Mark Jensen,
yes.
and a number of other people that you maybe can't remember.
That's correct. I know there's a broker from Ohio, but I can't remember his name.
What time did the bar close?
Probably 2 or 2:30, like that.
Okay. So 2 or 2:30, the bar closes, and at 2:34, you are on the phone with your wife.
Yeah, let her know. Yes.
And how long would it take you to get from the bar area to your room?
Few minutes.
So when the bar closed around 2 or 2:30, you went to the lobby,
Yes.
and you were in the lobby with Mark Jensen and Don Cooper.
Yes.
Don Cooper was talking about her divorce that was going on?
I believe so, yes.
So about 2:30, you go up to your room to call your wife,
Yes.
and that phone call was at 2:34,
Yes.
and it was a 2-minute phone call?
Yes.
Did she call you or did you call her?
I called her.
You called her?
Yep. No, wait a minute. Let's see. No, let's see. I called her, let her know, and then I believe then she called me because that she must have fallen asleep. I don't know.
You have Exhibit 12 up there with you, don't you?
Yes.
And prior to 2:34 a.m., the call before that was from November 5th. Is that right? At 11:12 a.m.
Yeah, that was a 21-minute call.
But it's your testimony today that you called her and she called you back?
No. Yes, you're confusing me.
Now, it's your testimony today that during this 2:34 a.m. phone call, you told your wife that Mark was talking about killing his wife, correct?
Correct.
During this 2-minute phone call. Right?
I would have checked in and just said, hey, there's conversation, what's going on, and went back down.
Now, on July 30th, 2007, you testified about this phone call as well, right?
Yes.
And counsel, this will be page 69, line 19.
Okay, thank you.
You were asked the question, And in this first conversation at 2:34, you did not talk about Mark Jensen, correct? And your answer was, I don't believe so.
Okay.
That was your testimony?
Yes, you're reading it.
But after this conversation with your wife, you go back down to the lobby,
Yes.
and you meet back up with Mark Jensen and Dawn Cooper.
Yes.
And at this point, you're having a discussion about your significant others.
Yes.
The three of you are talking about Dawn's divorce. Correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Cooper, Dawn Cooper, was upset. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you told Dawn and Mark that you had filed for divorce about a year prior in 1997.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you filed for divorce in part because of this non-sexual relationship with Stacy Bauer?
It may have been one of the reasons. Now, you were down in the lobby for less than an hour. Would that be fair to say? Yes.
And we know that because you have this second call with your wife
That's correct.
at 3:38 a.m.
Yes.
And that was a 4-minute phone call?
Yes.
Then there's another call at 4:01 a.m.
Yes.
That was 1 minute. Another call at 4:02 a.m. That was 4 minutes.
Yes.
And another call at 4:06 a.m. That was 5 minutes long.
That's correct.
Did you hang up on your wife during that phone call?
Probably.
Probably.
Yes.
And then called her right back?
Yes.
So you two were arguing during that conversation?
Possibly, yeah, because of what I had told her.
Your argument was possibly also about you being out so late?
Possibly.
Your wife had expressed concern that you were in a bar that had women in it during that conversation?
Possibly.
Now, your testimony today was that Mark told you about websites.
That's correct.
Did he specifically give any website addresses?
Yeah, he talked about poison. He talked about howtokillyourwife.com.
So howtokillyourwife.com was
Yes.
something he brought up?
Yes.
Now, the next morning, you spoke with Ronald Ruck earlier in the day.
Yeah, he came to my room to pick me up to go to the conference.
And at that point, you told Mr. Ruck that you had stayed up all night with Mark talking?
Yes.
And you had told him that you had stayed up late talking about killing your wives. Right?
Yes.
So you were a part of that conversation as well.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, I was talking to Mark.
And you were wife bashing.
Yes.
What specifically did you say about your wife?
I don't remember. Probably this fact that I had filed divorce and we got back together and, it's having conversation.
So it's your testimony today that you didn't say anything mean about your wife that night?
I'm sure I did.
Now, when you talked to Mr. Ruck that morning, you were laughing when you talked about this, weren't you?
It was not, it was probably more of a shock than a laugh,
But you were laughing.
possibly.
Your Honor, if you'd like, this might be a good spot to take a break, and I can continue my cross after the break. I know it's 10:30, and at least some at this table would like a couple minutes.
All right, sounds like we need a break from the defense side. So folks, go in the back, please don't talk about the case. Thank you.
Back, Judge.
Let's say 10:35, we'll try.
Please be seated.
All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We're continuing with the cross-examination. Mr. Klug, you're still under oath. You can start anytime you want, Ms. Renner.
I'd like to talk about other people now that you've told about this conversation with Mr. Jensen. You testified you told your secretaries about the conversation?
Yes.
And you specifically told him that Mark talked about killing his wife?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony today that you told them the Monday after the Blueprint conference?
Yes.
And again, you testified on July 30th of 2007, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you swore to tell the truth?
I'm objecting. This is asked and answered. Just go to the line.
Where are we going again? What subject are we at?
We are talking now about his conversations with other people regarding the conversation with Mr. Jensen.
So if the,
Go ahead.
just to clarify, so if the question is about something previously said in testimony, just go there. Instead of all these preliminary questions, you testified before, you swore to tell the truth. I'm objecting.
Are you trying to impeach him with prior testimony?
Yes.
And what was his answer? What did he say different?
On page 68, line 24,
Which date, counsel?
the 30th of July, 2007, the question was asked, and is this the first time, then do I understand that the first time you spoke with your secretaries was after the charges in this case as well? Answer, no. No, that's something we talked about after Mark's wife had died.
So what's the impeachment?
He just testified that he told his secretaries about this the Monday after the conference, which was prior to Julie Jensen's death.
Okay, let's move on to another subject.
Prior to testifying today, did you review any documents?
Yes.
What did you review?
I read the transcript.
The transcript from your testimony on July 30th of 2007?
Whatever was provided.
Your testimony on July 30th of 2007 never mentioned ethylene glycol or antifreeze. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Your testimony that day talked about poisoning with Benadryl, right?
Yes.
First time you testified about antifreeze was on January 8th of 2008, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to telling your secretaries about this conversation, you testified you told Ron Ruck, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
After testifying in these cases, you also would tell clients about your testimony in this case.
Not that I recall.
You don't recall indicating that you were a star witness?
Is there a specific client?
You also had a viewing party for television coverage on this case.
I had a client that owned a supper club, and yes, I had invited friends to watch the 2020 in 48 hours, I believe.
And that was a viewing that you set up?
Yes,
You invited people to it?
possibly.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 13. Is that up there with you still?
Yes.
And that's your notes about this case?
Yes.
And today, you testified first that you wrote those in 2007. And then you testified you wrote them in 2002?
No, it would be 2002, because that's what the date is on the notes.
So you didn't write these immediately after your conversation with Mr. Jensen?
No.
You didn't write them in the year after 1999?
No.
You didn't write them in the year 2000?
No.
You didn't write notes in the year 2001?
No, it's 2002. You can get right to that date.
So there was 4 years in between the conversation and your notes?
Yes.
And in your notes, you write, she was depressed. That was in reference to Julie Jensen, wasn't it?
Yes.
Because Mark was talking about how his wife was depressed?
Yes.
You also, in these notes, talk about Mr. Jensen being unhappy in his marriage?
Yes.
In these notes, nowhere does it say ethylene glycol, does it?
No.
And nowhere does it say antifreeze.
No.
The only drug mentioned in these notes is Benadryl.
That's correct.
Now, you said you created these notes for a anticipated conversation with police or the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And you testified that you called the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
That's correct.
In fact, you called the district attorney's office, didn't you?
I don't recall. I know.
And at that time, when you called the district attorney's office in 2002, that was after Mark had been charged,
Yes.
and you had read the criminal complaint at that time?
I did not read the criminal complaint.
No?
No.
When you spoke with the district attorney's office in 2002, you did not bring up this conversation, correct?
I think I was telling them that the conversation that we had, and that they wanted to talk to me about more information.
No, you in fact called them and said that you thought they should check the computer in Appleton.
Possibly.
You didn't tell the district attorney's office or law enforcement about this conversation until 2007 when they reached out to you, right?
Possibly.
And as far as these notes go, you testified about the note in 2008 in January, correct?
Yes.
But you also testified on July 30th of 2007. And page 23, counsel, beginning at line 19.
Okay.
question was asked, you don't have any notes about a trip to St. Louis in November 1998? Answer, I made a few notes about when Mark became my boss. And when I was in St. Louis, I had to, find the calendar and get the dates. Question, so you have notes showing that you went to St. Louis. Is that what you're telling me? Answer, yes. Question, do you have any notes about any conversation you had with Mr. Jensen during that time? Answer, no, I don't. Question, any sort of recording, audio, video, anything like that? Answer, no, I don't. Question, anything on a computer, any emails, anything else showing, reflecting anything about these supposed conversations? Answer, no. That testimony was in 2007, right?
Okay.
5 years after you wrote this note? 5 years after you wrote these notes in 2002? Right?
Yes.
And looking at these notes, it appears that there are places where you added more information after writing the initial piece. Is that true that you did that?
Those are my notes. I don't know if things were added.
You don't know if things were added,
I don't know.
but they're all in your handwriting?
They're in my handwriting, yes.
But most of it is in cursive, but some of it is printed?
Possibly, yes.
And most of the lines start along the left, but some of them start in the middle of the page?
Yeah.
Those would be things you added later?
Or after I read it.
And in those notes, you specifically state you can't remember everything
That's correct.
because you were drinking?
No. The length of time.
Now, Mr. Klug, you're no longer a stockbroker, right?
That's correct.
You're now working in real estate?
I'm a realtor, yes.
And while you were a stockbroker, there are times that you would make trades without a
I'm
client's...
objecting, Judge. We addressed this in a pretrial motion.
Sustained, we did, so we're not going to go into it.
Your Honor, I'm not going into those things.
You're going into it.
From 2013 to 2015, you worked with a woman named Shelley Burnt.
I'm objecting to the relevance of this testimony. If some other witness is going to be called, then that's relevant. But in terms of what Mr. Klug has to say about that, that's not relevant.
What sort of relevance are we trying to establish?
This is prior acts of untruthful conduct.
Judge, this was the subject of a pretrial
On the
motion.
back, folks. Jury is outside of the courtroom. I thought we had a motion hearing, and I said nothing's coming in, and suddenly it's all coming in.
Your Honor, that was about the FINRA documents and the 2016 criminal case, neither of which I have asked about at this point. What I am planning to ask about is what I have a good faith basis to believe that Mr. Klug would make illegal trades where he needed a signature to make those trades, and he would do those without a signature or have his secretary forge signatures.
Sounds like another act.
So,
You don't say anything. Sounds like another act, should have been brought up, so we
Your
could have discussed it.
I believe this is it's not an other act, it is a instance of prior untruthful conduct for which I do have to accept Mr. Klug's answer. I do not get to impeach upon it.
Sounds like another act.
So, Judge, I believe that Ms. Burnt was mentioned in their pretrial motions, and this is part of what the court denied. Am I incorrect about that? I
Thought I
remember,
signed an order to that effect.
I don't believe there was anything about Shelley Burnt's testimony.
yes,
in
there
that.
was. Shelley Burnt was in the pretrial motion. Looked at it this morning. She's listed in the pretrial motion.
We're going where we're not supposed to.
I understand the court's ruling.
Well, we had a hearing about this, we discussed it, I signed an order, and I'm always amazed, when we get in a trial, people still try to get in evidence that's been denied.
Judge, Attorney Krause, my concern is that this is specifically about the untruthful conduct of a witness, which
Should have
is
been
not,
brought up prior to all this.
it's not specifically an other acts.
You're trying to
It's-
get it in a back door.
We're not trying to get it in a back door. This is information that the prosecution has. This is not a back door.
It's not
They
coming
have
in-
this information.
It's not coming
Judge.
in, it should have been in a pretrial motion.
Under 90608, we have the ability, we have the right to cross-examine a witness under sub 2 and sub 1 about their characterful truthfulness, and that's what this is.
Well, we had this massive motion hearing, and we talked about all these issues.
The only thing that was talked about was FINRA and that one prior conviction,
We
which,
talked about more than that.
not as it related to Mr. Klug.
I believe that we did. If we pull up the defense motion, it specifically references Shelley Burnt and what she would have to say about Mr. Klug. So I don't know why we're debating what's in writing.
I agree.
Where in the signed order does it say that we cannot go into Mr. Klug's untruthful character?
I'll look it up.
We had a motion hearing, it was all brought up, I signed the order, and now it's not coming in.
So the court's not going to allow the defense to cross-examine this witness about specific instances of untruthful character.
Well, you should have brought it up when we discussed all these other acts.
Judge, I'm just asking a question so we can clarify the appellate record.
You're not going to get an
Court's not
answer
allowed
that
us
you
to.
want.
I just want to know if we can
You
cross-examine.
understand that?
I do, Judge.
You're not going to box me into something.
I'm not trying.
I'm not going to play that game.
I'm not trying to do that.
You
Judge.
are.
I'm just trying to clarify because there
I
are.
told you we had pretrial motions.
Judge, I want to know.
You
so
were
that-
here.
I know I was.
So was Miss Renner.
I want to know for when we call witnesses, so I need to clarify this so I can determine
Maybe look
whether
at
I'm-
the order I signed in the motion you filed. It's not coming in. Bring the jury back. 2002 CF 314, the appearances are the same. I sustain the objection, so let's move into something else, Ms. Renner.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So you were asked about your conversation that you had the very morning after speaking with Mark Jensen with Ron Ruck. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes, I do.
And did you have as full of a conversation with Ron Ruck as you had with your wife, Joanne Klug?
Not at that time.
And so that morning, you did not describe in detail what Mark Jensen had said to you, to Ron Ruck?
I may have told him that what Mark was planning on doing, because Mark was also his manager and wanted to let him know the character that he was working with.
And to be clear, it was not you and Mark mutually talking about killing your wives?
That's correct. I was not planning on killing my wife.
So, Mr. Klug, you were asked questions about your initial testimony in July of 2007 and whether you specifically mentioned ethylene glycol. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Now, at that forfeiture hearing, you did testify about Mark telling you about a substance that would slowly crystallize you from the outside. Is that correct?
Inside out, yes, correct.
Or inside of your body out?
That's correct.
Okay, so you recall at that time not saying ethylene glycol, but talking about crystallizing.
That's correct, because I didn't know what that chemical was.
And to be clear, at that hearing, you didn't just testify about Benadryl, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about poisons.
That's correct.
Now, there was some discussion about how you composed these notes that you prepared. So I'm going to show you, this would be on State's Exhibit number 11. Now, if you look in front of you at the paper that is State's Exhibit 13,
Yes.
just take a look at that and then take a look at the screen and let us know if you believe that those are the same things.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you have 4 pages in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And so, as you can see from the screen and what's in front of you, this is clearly not a written out statement, correct?
That's correct.
And is this how you would write notes to yourself?
Yes, I mean, when you're getting a thought, you write it down and then you review it, and you might have some more thoughts, and then you add to your thoughts.
Okay, and then when you talked about the date of these notes, you referred to there being a date right on the notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so is that what we're seeing on the screen here in the middle? These
Yeah,
two?
yes, there's 2 dates, 3/21/02 and 4/10/02.
Okay, and so this is where you mentioned Quinn Yorton, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then calling the DA and leaving a voicemail?
That's correct.
Okay, and then your feeling about it above that?
Yeah, and then I put, people have a tendency to open up to me. We talked for a long time in the lobby of the hotel. He told me how unhappy he was in his marriage, about his marriage.
Okay, so that's page 1 that you've just told
That's
us?
correct, yep.
Okay, and then page 2?
Conversations about,
Could that be spouses?
spouses, yes, spouses. Conversations about spouses. After bar closing conversation, can't remember everything.
Okay, so that would be page 2 of your
Correct.
notes? And then page 3, there's some drawings on page 3?
Yeah, yeah, my doodling. Then it says, home, let's see, something, conversation, tired, friend to befriend, Mark Jensen, and
Is
then.
that, instead of tired, is that tried?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark tried to friend, conversation friend to friend.
Okay, so you were writing down your impression of your conversation with him?
Yes, right.
Okay, and then you see the word in the middle here, premeditated.
Yeah, premeditated.
Do you recall where that word came from, why you wrote that?
I believe it was because we had the conversation. He was telling me how he was going to kill his wife, so he had plenty of time to think about how he was going to kill her.
And then you have these notes on the side with the various dates.
Yep, Friday and Saturday, 11/8, 11/6, 11/7, the blueprint for success.
Okay, and then Dawn Cooper was one of the people who was there?
Yes. And then it says, is that gay talk? Gay talk at bar? Hotel, 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m., question mark, after bar, sat in the lobby, drinking coffee. He talked about getting rid of his wife. Mark Jensen unloaded a lot and gave me a story about how his wife had affairs and he wanted to get rid of her.
And so here in the middle where you kind of have this crammed in here, he talked about killing his wife. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And then finally on this fourth page, that begins with the word psycho.
Yes.
And did you believe that that was the word Mark had used for his wife?
I think so, yes.
And then it says something like next Monday, useless here.
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of that?
Next Monday, useless here. I'm not sure what that means.
And then thought was odd, talked
Yeah.
every few weeks. You see those words?
Yeah, we never mentioned anything about the conversation, so that's probably what my notes were, that it was odd that he never brought it up again. I've never had another conversation with Mark about that.
And so when the defense is kind of asking you about stuff written off to the side, that would be like this phrase here, she was depressed.
Yes, yep.
And then you have written here, is that an attempt to spell Benadryl?
Yeah, Benader, and then /OD, overdose, /get out of bed.
And then
Right.
you made note of when, the time period when he would have been in charge?
Yeah, 10/1 at boss, from 10/1 of 98 to 3/15 of 99.
Okay, and so you think that was actually 3 March and not February?
Yes, yes. Yeah, because it looks like I had 2, but then I changed it to a 3.
All right, and then what is this next part here under the line? Is that talked? That
Talk,
word?
T-A-L, yeah, talk to people, conversation, uneasy about. And then the 10/1/01 weekend. Let's see, Kelly came to, so actually, I put 10/1/01, but that would have been 10/1 of 98. So that date would be wrong on there. And then Kelly came to set up the office. Dawn Cooper was best friends at Kelly. I called her back. Is that back, backed?
Maybe Rockford?
Oh, called her Rockford. Maybe she worked in the Rockford office or something. I'm not sure. Or
Was
she
there-
was setting up, she was on another transition. She was setting up the Rockford office. They were converting a Baird office to Stiefel.
Okay, and then you have some note about here, like above, the gay talk again?
Yeah.
And then finally, remember?
Yeah, I think the gay talk was something about Mark drawing pictures of penises or something. It was a really odd conversation that they kept a diary, Mark and Kelly, about all the.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay outside the scope of this witness's
Sustained.
knowledge.
Let's go to another question.
Well, so, again, when you were asked about maybe adding things or whatever to the notes, I mean, this is what it looks like.
This is what it looks like. My handwriting is horrible.
And there's some things in here that even you can't really.
I can't even read some of my own writing.
Okay. Now, and when you were asked about these notes, you were asked about your first initial testimony after you had been contacted by the DA's office. And to be clear, the time frame there, you only had a couple days between talking to the DA's office and testifying, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you found these notes later.
Yes.
Okay. So were you trying to be misleading about not having notes?
No, I'm a pack rat. I keep everything, and I went through the different files that I had, and these are what I came up with, from my compliance file.
Okay, and did you provide those phone records too that we had looked at?
Yes, I think I went through my tax documents then, because I wanted to, I was amazed that I had this record.
And so then, just to go to those phone records, just so we can be clear on that. So if you look at the screen, is that the same as Exhibit 12 you have in front of you?
Yes, it's my home phone bill from AT&T Ameritech.
Okay, and so in terms of your memories about the conversations with your wife, about what Mark Jensen had said, you recalled an initial conversation with your wife, correct?
Yes,
And then you go back and you talk to Mark Jensen more.
yes, and she didn't want me to go down and talk anymore.
Okay. And then you have another conversation with your wife still in those early morning hours?
Yes,
Okay. So here in State's Exhibit number 12, you can see that there's the initial 2:34 a.m. phone call, correct?
correct.
Then there's a time gap
Yes.
until 3:38 a.m., is that correct?
Yep,
And then there's another time gap until 4:01, 4:02, 4:06?
yes.
Okay. And so do you know which time gap is the time gap where you went downstairs to talk to Mark again, or can you not independently recall that now?
I can't recall that, and I'm not sure if I went down there twice or if I went down there once. But I know that I did go back down to talk to him, and and I can picture it in my mind sitting there talking with him.
Okay, so I want you to think back still to that late evening conversation at the bar with Mark Jensen. So you just reviewed the notes that you have provided, that you eventually provided. So in those notes, there is a reference to gay talk.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything that would have matched that note in your conversation with Mark Jensen at the bar, or after the bar?
The only thing that I remember was the fact that they were talking a lot about penises.
Okay, and that's you and Mark being a part of that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and that's downstairs at that bar?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said they were talking a lot, so what do you mean?
Well,
by
it was Dawn and myself and Kelly, I believe, and me.
that? Okay, so you at least remember those four people?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember those four people as part of that conversation
Yes.
before the other people cleared out and you were with Mark?
Yeah, that was after bar close. It was drinking coffee. It was, just having conversation.
Now, during that conversation, do you recall anything about drawings or diagrams or anything?
Drawings or diagrams? I don't.
Okay, so in terms of any reference you've made to drawings or diagrams, is that anything that you heard from the defendant?
I know that they were talking about drawings. That they were basically comparing different penis sizes, and Kelly was saying,
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the witness hasn't actually answered the question of, did he have any conversation with Mr. Jensen about that? Because that's the only way that should come in as
Why don't you
personal
just
knowledge.
rephrase the question, Ms. McNeil?
So again, I'm just talking about things that you heard, not if you know whether it's true or not.
Okay.
But whether anyone in those conversations that you were having either at the bar or after the bar, whether you heard anyone talking about diagrams or drawings of penises.
yes.
Okay, and what did you hear about that?
There was a lot of talk about different size of penises from lovers and ex-lovers.
Okay. And you remember Kelly Labonte being a part of that conversation?
I don't recall.
Okay. You remember Mark Jensen being a
I
part of that
remember
conversation?
Mark and Dawn.
Okay. And is it true that Kelly was there for a large portion of the night?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And so, going back to your notes, is that what you were referring to with gay talk?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so what you've just testified to, is that something in terms of standing out in your mind? Is that a conversation that was unusual?
Yeah, the whole conversation was unusual.
So that's not a topic that you typically discussed at bars when you were out with people?
No. No.
So Judge, I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Thank you. Mr. Klug, Kelly Labonte actually left at bar time, didn't she?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
And as far as the notes, which is Exhibit 13, you said you testified you wrote these in 2002, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't turn them over to law enforcement in 2002?
That's correct.
You didn't turn them over to law enforcement in 2003?
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2004?
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2005?
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2006?
No.
And it was only after your testimony in 2007 that these came to light?
That's correct.
Nothing else?
All right, you're excused, thank you. Number?
I think she's 32.
My distinguished co-counsel says it's number 32, Your Honor. I don't
Thank
have
you.
it listed.
Yeah, it's 32.
Yes, it is 32, she has confirmed.
Just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Ms. Klug, did you hear the question? The judge instructed you to spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Joanne, Joanne, Klug, Klug.
And Ms. Klug, do you know Ed Klug?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the jury how you know Ed Klug?
I was married to Mr. Klug for 29 years.
And you say that in the past tense, so you're no longer married to Ed Klug?
That is correct.
And who filed for divorce, you or him?
I did.
And when did you file for divorce?
That was in 2011,
And when was your divorce final?
2013.
So it took almost 2 years to get divorced?
Correct.
And was it an amicable divorce or was it a rancorous divorce?
In the end, it was amicable in the end.
But earlier on, it was not so amicable?
No, not during the 2 years.
Where do you live these days?
I am in Wyoming.
So, and when did you move to Wyoming?
That would have been shortly after 2013 when the divorce was final.
And so you've lived there since 2013?
That's correct.
So it's quite a trek for you to get here for the trial.
Yes.
What was the weather like in Wyoming as you were leaving?
We had a storm the night before.
So what kind of a storm was it? A snowstorm? Or?
Well, it was a snowstorm. I had gotten 7 inches of snow, but it was wet, heavy snow. And the main highway from my town to Casper, where I was supposed to fly, it was dangerous roads and there were crashes, and there was a chance that it would be closed.
So it was a struggle to get here.
Objection, relevance on this line of question.
We'll go on to something else. We're done with this area.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Klug, you were married to Ed Klug back in November, December of 1998. Is that true?
That is true.
And do you remember a time in November of 1998 when your husband, Ed Klug, had gone to St. Louis for a conference for his place of work at Stifel Nicholas?
Yes, I do remember.
And what was it that stood out about you, and what was it that stood out in your mind about that trip that he took to Stifel Nicholas? Was there anything unusual about it?
It was in the early morning hours of November 7th, anywhere from 2:30 to 3:30. I had 2 phone conversations with him.
And so, you know, I probably talked to my wife back in November of 1998 too, but I don't remember the conversations. What is it that would cause you to remember these conversations now 24 years later?
I had placed a phone call to the hotel and they transferred me to his room. And he picked up the phone.
And do you remember anything about that conversation?
Yes.
What do you remember about the conversation?
He said he was having the weirdest conversation with Mr. Jensen and that they were talking about wives. And from there, he said that Mr. Jensen had said that there were websites that you can go on how to kill your wife.
And so when your husband told you this, gave you this information, do you remember what your response or what your reaction was to that?
Let me think for a moment here. After he had told me that, he had mentioned the word Benadryl.
Was this during the first conversation or the second
This is
conversation?
the first conversation.
So after he'd mentioned the word Benadryl, do you recall what your response was to these statements that your husband was making to you?
Mr. Klug wanted to go back to the conversation, and I basically told him that he was stupid to do so.
And did he listen to you or did he go back to the conversation?
No, he did not listen to me. He went back.
And did you have any other conversations with Mr. Klug then later that morning?
There was a second conversation.
So tell the jury about that second conversation.
I placed the phone call. And again, he answered it.
Do you remember about what time that call was, or how much time elapsed between the first and second phone call?
It had to have been more than a half an hour. As far as I can remember, it was more than a half an hour.
So, do you remember anything that your husband told you during this second conversation?
In the second conversation, I asked him, what would two educated men be doing talking like that in the early morning hours?
And did he say anything more about the conversation at that point?
At that point, no, he did not.
Did you talk to your husband again once he got to the airport?
He called me from the airport.
And do you remember anything about the conversation when he called you from the airport?
He was going to tell me his flight, when his estimated time for arrival, coming home. And then, because the question in my mind after those first two conversations, I was trying to understand, how can someone die from Benadryl?
And did you ask Mr. Klug about that?
Yes, I did ask.
And do you recall what Mr. Klug told you in response to that
And
question?
he told me Antifreeze.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation?
After that conversation, no, I do not. I do
Now,
not.
at some point, after your husband had returned from the blueprints in St. Louis, do you recall ever hearing about whatever happened to Julie Jensen?
That was December of 1998.
And how did you hear about what had happened to Julie Jensen?
I heard it from Mr. Klug.
And what did Mr. Klug tell you?
He told me that he called Mr. Jensen to offer his condolences.
So at the time that you'd learned, you'd heard previously about this conversation that Mark Jensen had with your husband about killing his wife, and then just a month or so later, you hear that Julie Jensen is dead. Did you and your husband discuss whether he should go to the authorities and tell them about this conversation?
He had asked me what he should do.
And did you have any insights as to what he should do?
He put the ball in my court. I put it back into his court.
So what do you mean by that?
He was there that evening. He heard the conversation. Then he was relaying it back to me. And I remember telling him that if he goes forward with this, that I would stand beside him because he made me party to that conversation.
But did your husband come forward at that time?
No, he did not.
Now, at some later time, you had heard that Mark Jensen had been charged with the murder of Julie Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
And how did you learn that Mark Jensen had been charged with the murder of Julie Jensen?
That was from Mr. Klug. He told
So
me that.
when Mr. Klug told you about that, did you and he again discuss the likelihood or the appropriateness of him to step forward and tell the authorities about that conversation that he'd had with Mark Jensen?
I did not offer any more advice on it. It was like having an elephant in the room. You didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
So he did not come forward in 2002, did he?
No, he did not.
And when was the next time that anybody talked to you about this conversation that you'd had with your husband, Ed Klug, on November 7th, 1998? Do you remember when the first time you ever spoke to a law enforcement officer or anybody from the government about this?
2007.
And what transpired at that time?
That was when I was called to talk to Detective Ratzberg, and he asked me questions and he wrote things down about my conversation.
And then you testified in 2007?
Yes,
And you testified again in early 2008?
that's correct.
And now you're testifying again in 2023?
That's correct.
As you're sitting here today, is there anything else that you remember about those conversations that you had with your husband back on November 7th, 1998? Is there anything else that you can remember that you haven't disclosed already?
Well, in 2007, no, I have no recollection of onward of having a deep discussion about the conversation. He didn't want to talk about it. I did not want to talk about it.
But what I'm asking you now is, right now today,
Oh.
is there anything else about that conversation, those conversations that you had with your husband in 1998? Is there anything else that you can remember about them that you have not already disclosed?
Well, December of 1998, when he told me that Julie died, and he gave the condolences to Mr. Jensen, he said that Mr. Jensen told him that she had been sickly and taking too much Benadryl. That's,
And at that point, did you ask your husband if he confronted Mr. Jensen about the conversation that he had with him on November 7th?
no.
In December of 1998, did you know what the relationship was, the business relationship was between your husband and Mark Jensen?
Well, he was senior vice president of Stiefel Nicholas, Mr. Klug, and he was transferring clients from Robert W. Baird. And Mr. Klug did not have his Series 8 license to sign off. And then Mr. Jensen, he was supposed to be doing that, helping him with the office.
At some point during the November 7th, one of these November 7th, 1998 conversations with your husband, did you ever ask him what he'd been drinking or if he'd been drinking?
Let me think back. In November of 1998, in the second conversation, when I had asked him what would two intelligent men be talking like that so early in the morning, and his response was they were bashing wives and talking about secretaries. And then I said, "What are you drinking?"
And why did you ask that? Why would you ask him what he was drinking?
Well, as opposed to how much, I was what you were drinking, because
Well, why would you ask what he was drinking instead of how much he was drinking?
Mr. Klug does not drink beer. He drinks mixed drinks and has been known to have them watered down so that he can continue talking to other people at the conference. So that was why I said, "What were you drinking?" And he said, "I switched to coffee."
When you talked to your husband, did he, on November 7th, 1998, did he sound like he was intoxicated to you?
He was clear.
His words
Very-
weren't slurred?
No, there was no slurring of words.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not he sounded or to be under the influence or not?
He did not sound under the influence.
Now, since you moved to Wyoming, have you had any conversations with anybody about this case?
No.
Do you recall anybody from the defense team reaching out to you?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, we'll see what she says.
Yes. Somebody
We'll
from...
get into it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So tell us about that. Tell us about how this came about.
A strange guy came up to the door and knocked on the door.
And did he just tell you who he was?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Well, what if the prosecution had somebody talking to your witnesses? Wouldn't you ask that question? So I'm supposed to be neutral. We're getting into it.
So tell us about when this person knocked on your door, what did he say?
I stepped outside, and he addressed who he was, and I think I asked if he was defense. And he said he was. He wanted to talk about my testimony, and I said, no. My testimony stands as it was in 2008. In fact, I said it 3 to 4 times to him. He didn't want to go away, and he achieved that by sitting on the picnic table. And then he wanted to ask me about 2 witnesses. And I told him that I don't know what their opinion is. I don't want to know what it is, and that my testimony from 2008 stands as it is. And he left.
So when this person, you live in kind of a remote area of Wyoming, is that
Yes,
true?
it's rural.
So you're not accustomed to strangers coming to your door?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Let's move on to something else. Go ahead.
So did this person, when they knocked on your door, had they called you first to set up an appointment?
Objection, relevance.
We'll try to get to the point, Mr. Jennings.
You can answer the question.
No, he just showed up.
So when you testified in 2007 and 2008, at that time you were still married to your husband,
Correct.
and now you're divorced from your husband.
Correct.
Is there anything about your testimony that would change? Is there anything that you would change about your testimony from 2007 and 2008 to today?
No,
So you stand by your previous testimony?
that's correct.
So let's talk about the question, the conversation that occurred when your husband was at the airport on November 7th, 1998. Tell us what it was that you were confused about again.
Well, in the first 2 conversations, I didn't get my answer as to how could Benadryl harm you.
And so you wanted clarification on that point?
Well, I didn't know how Benadryl could kill you, so in that 3rd conversation in the airport, I asked him.
What did you
How?
ask him?
I asked him, how can Benadryl harm you? And he said, antifreeze.
Thank you, Mrs. Klug. I don't have any further questions.
All right, who's doing the cross?
That'd be me, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Klug, is your last name still Klug?
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, you testified that you spoke twice with your husband on the Friday night, Saturday morning of the Blueprint Conference.
Correct.
And the first conversation was around 2:30 a.m.?
From my recollection, anywhere from 2:38 to 3:30, the 2 conversations occurred.
Would it assist you to refresh your recollection if you looked at the bill from that time of period? The telephone bill?
Sure.
Now, Ms. Klug, I'm showing you Exhibit 12 here. If you could review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay. I'm showing 2:34 and 3:38.
Correct. So the first conversation was at 2:34 a.m.,
Correct.
and that was about a 2-minute conversation.
Yes. To me, it was 5 minutes, but it was quick, apparently.
So again, you're looking at Exhibit 12 right there,
Yes,
and that's what's showing you that it was a 2-minute conversation?
correct.
You indicated that during this conversation, you didn't want Mr. Klug to go back downstairs?
That's correct.
But he was interested?
Yes.
He wanted
It was-
to go back down?
He wanted to go back down, and I told him he was stupid to do so.
Did Mr. Klug sound like he was having fun during that first conversation?
No, he was just amazed at the type of conversation he was having.
And so then there's a second conversation at 3:38?
Correct.
And how long did that conversation go
It's
for?
showing 4 minutes.
So that's the second conversation you spoke about?
Correct.
Now, there's a number of phone calls at 4:01 as well,
Correct.
and
Pardon?
it appears that there's a number of hang-up and callbacks.
Yes, I was checking to see if he came back to the room, but he did not pick up the phone calls for those series of phone calls.
Well, for that series of phone calls, I'd ask that you look at Exhibit 12 and tell me how long those phone calls each were.
Let's see. 4:02 is 4 minutes, and 4:06 is 5.
So Mr. Klug did pick up during those, didn't he?
I can't recall at 4:02 and 4:06 the exact time, but maybe it was later than what I thought.
Now, Ms. Klug, you didn't reach out to law enforcement in 1998, did you?
No,
You didn't reach out to the district attorney's office?
no, not in 1998.
You didn't reach out in 1999?
No,
You didn't reach out in 2000?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2001?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2002?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2003?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2004?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2005?
correct,
And you didn't reach out in 2006?
correct.
Now, you heard in 1999 that Julie Jensen died.
Yes,
Or you actually, was it in 1998 or 1999, if you recall?
December of 1997,
98?
or December of 1998,
Okay.
yes,
It's okay, it's a long time ago, right?
correct,
22 years ago?
yes.
Or 24 years?
Or 20, yes, 24.
Sorry, council's math is not so great today.
This council's is. It's your council. You speak for yourself, councilor.
Now, you first spoke with law enforcement about this case in 2007.
Yes,
Now, you also were aware in 2002 that Mr. Jensen had been charged with this case.
yes.
And in fact, you had looked it up on the internet?
The internet was a reporter, but that was way back in 2007. So from 2002 onward, I got on with life.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a 20-year-old who moved back home, but he took a girlfriend who had an 18-month-old. I had a daughter in high school, a son in middle school, and their lives were active.
So you had your own life going on.
So I did not address that situation. I got on with my family.
But you were made aware of the charging in 2002.
That's correct.
Now, you first spoke with Detective Ratzberg on July 31st of 2007, right?
It was July or August, one of the two, from what I can remember.
Well, it was the day after your husband testified in this case?
It may have been,
And you were aware of your husband testifying?
yes, he told me he was going to testify.
And you spoke with your husband about the testimony?
I didn't ask him about his testimony.
But you did speak with him afterwards?
Afterwards, when he came home that day, I just asked him how he felt about the situation, if he could do a recall, but he was reticent. He didn't want to talk to me. And I was fine with that because I didn't want to hear anything.
Now, when you spoke with Detective Ratsberg, he reached out to you, correct?
Yes,
And you knew how serious of a case this was.
that's correct.
You knew that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes,
And you had to tell the detective everything you knew.
from my recollection, yes.
Right. Now, Ms. Klug, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit D14. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a Pleasant Prairie Police Department witness statement.
And that's your statement.
Yes,
Now, that was written by Detective Ratsberg, correct?
correct.
But you signed it.
I signed it.
You also initialed it?
Just a signature, no initials are showing on here.
Now, this statement, there's no reference to antifreeze, is there?
That's correct.
You don't reference ethylene glycol?
No,
The only thing talked about is Benadryl, correct?
correct.
Now, you made sure that this was an accurate statement when it was written for you, right?
Accurate at that time that it was written.
And you made sure it contained all the information you thought was relevant?
At that time, but there was still something missing, and I could not put something in if I could not remember it.
And this statement doesn't include anything about a conversation when Mr. Klug was at the airport, does it?
That's correct, it's not in here.
And in fact, it states, I do recall after Ed returning home, he discussed what Mark said about the websites, et cetera. However, it was a minor discussion, right?
To this day, I don't remember that discussion, though.
You don't remember the discussion that happened in the airport?
When Mr. Klug comes home and discussing websites with Mr. Jensen.
So you didn't say that that wasn't your statement?
No, this is my statement. It's just when Mr. Klug came home on July of 2007, I can't remember any lengthy conversation. It's just, I know that he was reticent, but he didn't go back into depth about talking about websites.
So during your discussion with Detective Ratsberg, did he ask you if you recalled any other conversations about your conversations from November 7th?
No, I cannot recall being asked if I had any more conversations.
And you
But it
did
was-
not tell Detective Ratsberg about any conversation while Mr. Klug was at the airport?
No, because that was a part that was missing as I was trying to do recall. And I don't act upon emotions. I'm very logical and patient. And that's why in July of 2009, I remembered that. That was the missing piece. Because I wanted to know how Benadryl could kill you.
And so you recalled this in 2009?
No, it was sometime afterwards, before the trial of 2008.
And Ms. Klug, in your testimony, no, strike that. So Ms. Klug, you recalled that airport conversation almost a decade after it occurred?
No, that was in January 2008, after the 2007 forfeiture hearing.
So Ms.
That's
Klug,
when I,
so Ms. Klug, you gave a statement in 2007 to Detective Ratzberg, right?
correct,
On July 31st.
yes.
And at the time of that statement, you did not recall the airport conversation.
It was something there, but I couldn't remember the whole thing.
And so you didn't talk about it with Detective Ratzberg.
So I did not talk about it to Detective Ratzberg.
And you did recall it before 2008.
Correct.
So there was almost a decade between the actual conversation,
But 2007 to 2008 is only
the conversation with Mr. Klug from the airport.
oh,
There was almost a decade in between that and your recall of it.
okay, gotcha, yes.
Nothing further.
Are we done with this witness, Ms. McDaniel?
You testified in July of 2007 about this matter, is that correct?
Correct,
And in July, I think it was July 31st, 2007, I'm sorry, August 30th, 2007, you testified then about the conversations that you had with your husband, both at the hotel and then later at the airport. Is that true?
can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, so when you testified in August 30th of 2007 at a hearing in this matter, at that time, you did relate the conversations, both conversations that had occurred at the hotel and then the third conversation that had occurred at the airport, correct?
Correct, and one of the proceedings.
Yes, and that was essentially the same testimony that you've given today.
That's correct.
You testified in August of 2007 that he had called you from the airport, correct?
Yes,
And it was at that time you'd asked him, how could Benadryl kill you? And he said it was the antifreeze.
correct. He said antifreeze.
And that was your testimony on August 30th, 2007,
Yes,
about the conversation that you'd had November 7th, 1998.
because November 7th of 2007 was the forfeiture, so yes.
Nothing further.
Anything on those, Ms. Renner?
No.
All right, folks, I got to talk about some legal issues with the attorneys, so they're going to get a shorter lunch than you, so. 1:15, be back. of the courtroom. I had a chance to review everything on the issue of Mr. Klug as to what Ms. Renner was trying to ask and what Ms. Krause was asking me. Here's the record. 2016, a motion was filed, and we heard this motion November 21st, 2022. It says, defendant's motion to admit specific instances of conduct of Edward Klug. It's signed by Ms. Renner. On page 5 of the motion, it says we're going to talk about two different evidentiary reasons. One, other acts. Also, 90608, which is character and conduct of the witness. So we had the motion here. And thank God the transcript is in front of me. Usually it's not typed up that fast. And what does the transcript say? This is Ms. Renner. Page 36. Your Honor, under the rules of evidence, we're also able to get into specific instances of untruthful conduct. And we went through all the facts of the untruthful conduct, the financial dealings. The allegation was he was signing documents that clients didn't know about. He was doing all this illegal activity. And we argued it. I basically said there was nothing there. It was a complaint filed by some client that was going through a divorce. There was no IRS issues. There's a board for brokers. They never found him guilty of anything. There was nothing. So then we all decide, well, let's put that in writing. Let's put that in the order. So I got two orders. I got one from the defense, I got one from the state. This is the defense's order. Number 10, in regards to the defense motion regarding Edward Klug, the defense is precluded from questioning Mr. Klug about the FINRA allegations, but may question him regarding some criminal allegations. And that issue went away. So this is your order, saying you're not going to be able to get into it.
And Your Honor,
Don't interrupt me. And then we got the state's motion, their order. Page 2 of the order I signed. Besides the defense's order that says we're not going there, their own order. It says, defendant's motion to admit specific instances of conduct of Edward Klug filed on November 29, 2016 and July 31st of 2017. The court denies these motions for the reasons stated on the record. So we got two orders saying we're not going to get there. And what does the defense do? Goes right to that area. And what does the other counsel do? Well, explain your order, Judge. It's in writing. It's part of the record. It's here. It was denied. It was heard. Now, if the state had done something like this, the defense would be screaming. That's the problem sometimes with cases. The state can't appeal some issues. The defense can. So it should not have been gone to. It's in the record, and I'm shocked that you're telling me, well, wait a minute, Judge. That's not what the order says. Look at the statute. Read the transcript. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1
Your
o'clock.
Honor, may I make my record, please?
We're going to lunch.
What time are we due back, Your Honor?
1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Judge, at some point, can we talk? in chambers. Judge.
I don't know if the jury's gone, so hang on. They're all gone.
Well, or they're staying.
Okay, he can go. Thank you for reminding me. Well, let's have the defendant go.
Mackenzie had to step out just for a minute.
What's that?
All rise for the jury.
Just turn the chair around. Jensen matter 2002 CF 314. It is Friday afternoon at 1:20. We're going to continue with the state's case in chief, and for the benefit of the jury, what are we going to watch this afternoon, Ms. McNeil?
Judge, this is State's Exhibit 15, and it is for the unavailable witness, Officer Ronald Kosman.
And for the record, that is Kosman is Kosman. And you also indicated off the record you're going to pause through the video to show exhibits that had been filed, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so just let us know when you want to do that. With that, let's start the video.
It will be.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, it is. Yes, it will.
Please be seated.
For the record, will you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
Ronald B. Kosman, R-O-N-A-L-D. Last name is spelled K-O-S-M-A-N.
And Mr. Kosman, by whom are you employed?
By the Village of Pleasant Prairie Police Department
In what capacity?
as a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed as a Village of Pleasant Prairie patrol officer?
22 years.
Were you employed as a Pleasant Prairie patrol officer in late November 1998?
Yes, I was.
Was there a time that you went on a deer hunting trip?
Yes, there was.
And when was that?
Would have been the weekend before Thanksgiving of November of 98.
When you returned from your hunting trip, did you discover that you had any voicemail messages for you at the police department?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about those voicemail messages.
There was a message from Julie Jensen.
So when you got that message, do you remember what day it was that you got that message?
Would have been the 24th of November.
What did you do when you got that message?
I immediately went to our chief of police and to Sergeant Rasberg and explained the situation. And I then contacted Julie.
Tell us about the contact that you had with Julie.
I gave her a call and she asked if I could stop over after 10 o'clock. She wanted to talk to me. She sounded confused, a little afraid. And
Now, you were familiar with Julie Jensen's voice?
yes, I was.
So you knew Julie Jensen as of this time.
Yes, I did.
And how was it that you come to know her as of that time?
Throughout the years, I had approximately 40 to 50 contacts with Julie Jensen.
And what were the 40 or 50 contacts you had with Julie Jensen concerning?
And Judge...
The majority of them...
Excuse me. I have an objection that I've previously placed on the record. If the court would like me to further state the grounds, I'm happy.
Necessary. The objection's overruled.
That means you can answer the question, officer.
The majority of contacts I had with Julie Jensen were for harassing phone calls or other strange incidents occurring around the home.
What kind of strange incidents?
Excuse me just a moment. Do you want a special?
Not at this moment. No.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Your Honor. What sort of unusual circumstances were you describing besides the harassing phone calls?
Pornographic pictures being left around the residence.
So as of November 24th, you were familiar with Julie Jensen's voice.
That is correct.
So then you went to see her?
Yes, I did. When I called her, she asked if I could stop over after 10 o'clock. She would...
So after this phone conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, what happened next?
I then drove over to their residence, and I met with Julie Jensen at that point.
And about what time was it, if you can recall, that you met with her?
I'm gonna say it would be shortly after 10 o'clock, probably within 10:15 or 10:30,
And this was on what date?
November 24th.
So you spent a fair amount of time with her that day.
That's correct.
Did she ever get you the film?
Yes, she did.
So you waited there while she went and got the film?
We went outside, and she went to the neighbor's house to get the roll of film, and I stayed in the front yard.
How many rolls of film did you get?
I believe it was one roll.
And so she brought back the roll of film, and then what was the understanding between the two of you as to what was going to happen next?
I told Mrs. Jensen that I would take the roll of film and we'd get it developed. And I also explained to her that if at any point in time she felt any fear of staying there, to contact the police department immediately, or if there was some other place that she could stay, I offered to try to get her some help for Women's Horizons, or if there was a relative or someone else in the area, if she felt compelled that something was going to happen, to please take that course of action.
And that seemed like pretty good advice to you?
At that particular time, yes.
What did you do with the film?
I took it down and had the roll of film developed.
And then what did you do after you'd had the roll of film developed?
After I picked up the pictures from being developed, I brought them back in, and I viewed them at that point with Sergeant Ransford.
When did that occur?
Would have been, I believe, might have been the same day, or it might have been the 25th, I'm not sure. I don't recall the exact date.
And well, when you and Sergeant Ratsberg looked at the photos, did you see anything there that would cause you to believe that Mr. Jensen was trying to kill his wife?
At that particular point, I didn't. I don't. I'd have to review the pictures again at this particular point, but there's really nothing that sticks out in my mind.
Okay. Well, when we find those photographs, we'll show
Yeah.
it to you. But tell me this. Nothing leapt out at you at that point when you looked at those photographs?
I'm sorry?
Nothing leapt out at you when you looked at those photographs?
Just the list, I recall those being written down on his day planner being photographed.
You remember about how many photos there were?
I would say probably 20 to 24. There may have been more, I don't recall.
Now, after you and Sergeant Ratsberg reviewed those photos, did either you or to your knowledge, Sergeant Ratsberg, ever take those photos back to Julie Jensen and indicate your thoughts on them?
I did not. After we had viewed them, I entered them into evidence, and I did not have any other dealings with Julie Jensen after that conversation on the 24th.
You know, there was a Mr. Voigt that thought there was a squad car stopped in front of the house after those photos had been turned over to you. That wasn't your squad car?
Objection to any suggestion that there was a squad car. He doesn't know there's a squad car. Either he was there or he wasn't there.
Well,
This is-
I think he's testing his memory. The objection's overruled.
I don't recall going back to Julie Jensen's after I had the roll of film developed.
So you don't recall telling Julie about your findings with respect to those photographs?
No. At that point, a lot more of my time was being spent. I was a court officer as well at that point, and a lot of my time was being taken up in court. That's when Detective Ratsberg did more of the investigative portion of it.
Well, at some point after these photos had been turned over to you, you heard that Julie Jensen was found dead.
That is correct.
And were you at the scene that day?
No, I was not.
When did you find out that Julie Jensen had died?
Because of my past dealings with her, I was notified sometime that afternoon after 3 o'clock. My shift had ended. I was home for a little while, and I received a call from our chief at that point advising me that Julie Jensen had passed away.
And did you consult with anybody else in the police department on that same day or not?
That same day?
Yes.
No. I just asked our chief if he wanted me to come to the scene, and he said no, that we had adequate personnel there at that point.
We're going to get back to those photos in a minute because they're being marked as an exhibit, but let's talk about some other photos. You'd indicated that in the years preceding Julie's death, you'd responded to that residence on numerous occasions because of harassing contact and photographs and so forth.
Pornographic photos that were being left around the residence.
Do you know when that course, when was it that Julie Jensen started first complaining about this course of conduct?
I believe it would have been right around the same time I had the first contact with her, about 94, 95 in that area. About 94, late 93 and 1994.
And so back in 94, 93, 95, whenever this was that this first started, what was the complaint at that time?
Her complaint was that she felt that someone may be being too close to the home, that they were leaving those types of photographs there, and she was starting to feel very uneasy. She did state, however, that most of the time that photos were found, Mark Jensen had usually found the photographs and found them outside the residence.
So she was telling you that Mark Jensen was finding these photographs?
Yes.
Well, he stated most of the time.
Most of them.
Okay, she found some of them too?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did they produce those photographs to you?
I'm sorry?
Did they show you these photographs?
Yes.
Tell the jury what kind of photographs were being left around the house.
They were pornographic photographs of men and women involved in various sexual acts, including oral sex and the ejaculation of the male onto a female's face.
When you talk about oral sex, you're talking predominantly cunnilingus or fellatio, or both?
Both.
Did any of the women that were depicted in these photographs bear any resemblance to Julie Jensen?
At one point.
Now, how many times do you recall responding to the Jensen residence over the years preceding Julie's death regarding these harassing phone calls and these photographs?
On a rough estimate, I would say probably 30.
So maybe once a month or so?
Sometime.
That's not once a month.
It doesn't, it's not clear that it is. Although the witness can answer, and I did, apparently, so I suppose that it's really not something that I would sustain an objection.
There were times that it would go maybe 4 or 5 months without any kind of contact with either Mark Jensen or Julie Jensen. And then it would seem that the annoying phone calls and the pornographic pictures would start appearing again.
Did you ever propose to Julie Jensen or make any advice to Julie Jensen as to what she could do to assist the law enforcement in conducting an investigation into these matters?
I advised her that we could start putting a trace on the phone, and I also advised her at that point to start keeping notes, a little notebook concerning dates and times of phone calls.
Do you have any recollection, now as you're sitting here, or any estimation now as you're sitting here, about how many photographs you recovered from the Jensen residence during the course of this multi-year series of complaints?
I would have to give you a rough estimate, and I would say probably between 50 and 60 photographs.
And I show you this photograph that is marked as Exhibit S-197.
Judge, I renew my objection to S-197.
There's, on the eliminate,
In
Or
in
prior
limine
proceeding?
and the general subject matter under 90404 sub 2 and 90403 and 90402
overruled,
and due process.
overruled.
So I showed this photo that's marked as State's Exhibit S-197. And I asked you if you can identify that photograph.
This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me, I believe it would have been in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, there is.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
All right, go ahead. You might want to, for the record, say what exhibit that number was in that trial. So what exhibit number was that?
Judge, that is State Exhibit 197 in
All right, do that for each one, because obviously the people above us higher in the higher courts, that will assist them.
And did she indicate to you when she turned over this photograph to you that who found it in the truck?
She stated Mark in. There were also some other pornographic pictures, which were not, the only photograph that is in color is the one that you just showed me. All the rest appear to be either Xerox copies or something made off like a copy machine.
So this was the only photograph that you recovered in that multi-year period?
There were others that were recovered and entered into evidence, but apparently our chief, whoever was the custodian of evidence at that point, I believe had advised them to get rid of them.
But in terms of,
I want to be clear on this. This one is the only one of all of the photographs which you had received over the years that was in color?
That is correct.
And those that were destroyed then were all black and white?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead.
and were they on photographic paper, or were they just, did it appear that they'd been Xeroxed out of a photocopier?
It seemed to be off a photocopier with regular paper. That's the only one that had any kind of color boarding or anything written on the back.
And this is a photograph of an apparently nude woman whose face is right immediately over a man's erect penis.
That is correct.
Now, those other photos that were photocopies, or the other photocopies of photos, did they depict similar things, or it was a wide variety of pornographic poses?
It was kind of a wide variety. On some there was writing and others there were not.
What kind of writing, if you can recall?
There were writings that would be on there like, remember when we did it this way? Or is he as big as I am? Things along that nature.
And the photos that would have the language, is he as big as I am, were those photos that depicted a penis?
Yes, it did.
Now, initially, when you commenced this investigation, did Julie Jensen indicate to you whether she had any suspects in mind for this behavior?
On the very first complaint, she felt it may have been a man that she used to work with, that she had a brief affair with.
Do you remember what that person's name was?
Prairie,
Perry Tarika?
that's correct.
So in the course of, were you the only Pleasant Prairie officer investigating this course of conduct, harassing conduct?
The first time I had met with Julie Jensen, she asked if she could contact me if she had any similar problems that would occur. She had had some complaints in the past, and different officers would come to take the report. And she said she was just very embarrassed that she would have to keep repeating to different officers that she had an affair
So she only wanted to deal with you?
with one officer, and at that particular point when I went there, that's how it evolved.
So when there was a complaint from the Jensen household, the first choice would be to call you there?
She would call the police department and ask if I could stop by.
And then you'd come out there and you'd hear about the complaint?
I'm sorry?
And then you'd come out there and you'd hear from Julie about the complained behavior?
That is correct.
And over the course of time, did you attempt certain investigative techniques in order to ascertain the identity of the person causing these problems?
Yes, we did. We had set up a couple of different phone traces.
Well, what was the purpose? Tell the jury what you're talking about when you put it. Was it trap and trace? Is that what you put on the phone?
It was a trace through Ameritech. That you can call an 800 number and advise them that you are having prank phone calls. And it had been reported to the police department. She was then instructed to give the Ameritech, the phone company, a case number or event number that she had contacted the police. And then they would put a trace on the line so that they would record any incoming calls to that residence.
Now, how many times did you recall over the years having a trap and trace or that system you just described put in place?
Object, he's never said that there was ever a trap and trace.
Or whatever you just described?
That one was in 93.
Were there any others after 93?
Yes.
Well, how many times do you recall requesting of Julie Jensen that she institute this procedure of placing this trace system on the phones?
4 times, including, that would be starting with the first one in 93.
And each of those 4 times, when the trace was installed or the system was installed, what happened with respect to the harassing phone calls?
I would stop by and check with Julie Jensen to see if she had received any phone calls, and she had advised me that the calls had stopped.
Each and every time?
Correct.
Now, around the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th time, did you become suspicious that the person who was making the harassing phone calls was getting tipped off?
Objection to relevance.
After the second time, Julie made a statement to me that this person always seems to be one step ahead of us. She felt that it was still very possible it may have been Prairie Tarika that had been making the phone calls. But I, at that particular point, also realized that after the second time, the calls did stop, which didn't make a lot of sense to me at that particular point, because someone would have to know that there was a trace on the line and to stop calling.
After the second time, where this trace was put on, and there were no harassing phone calls, what did you begin to suspect?
I became very suspicious that it would have to be someone who was aware that the traces were being put on the line. At that particular time, there were only 3 people that knew the traces were being put on the phone.
Well, how do you know the people that knew about this trace? To your knowledge, who told you about, who knew about the trace?
I had advised Julie Jensen to give that case number to put a trace on, which she was going to do, at which point she told me she would also tell Mark.
So who were the three people then, to your knowledge, who knew of this trap or this trace system being placed on the phones?
Mark Jensen, Julie Jensen, and myself.
So, come time for the third trace, when the harassing phone calls started up again, did you offer any advice to Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell her?
Went again with the phone trace.
And when you asked for her to do the phone trace for the third time, did you give her any advice about who she should not specifically tell about the trace?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
When you asked her for this third time to institute a phone trace system, did you give her any advice as to who she should specifically not tell about the trace?
It was either the third or the fourth, and I asked her if she would not tell anyone, including Mark, that this be just between her and I. I explained to her at that particular point my concerns that Mark may be making the phone calls. She did not feel that Mark would do that. And I told her at that particular point, without having Mark having any knowledge that the trace being on there, if the calls stopped again, then we definitely had some other problem. But at that particular point, my suspicion was it was Mark making the calls, and I told Julie I wanted to rule Mark out as a suspect at that point.
I think when you left off, you were talking about trying to figure out a way to rule out Mark Jensen as a suspect in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And by this case, I'm talking about the harassing calls, or in the photographs being left around. And so, what did you say to Julie in order to alert her to the means by which you could rule out Mark Jensen as a person that you suspect of putting these, making these phone calls and leaving these photos?
Julie didn't think that Mark would be the one that would be making the phone calls at that particular point. And I advised her that it seemed that someone unknown how would come up with the information that a trace was being put on the phones, and the calls would mysteriously stop. At which point I asked her if she would keep a secret with me, and it would just be her and I that would know about this particular trace. And at that point, if it was Mark that was making the phone calls, we would find that out. It would be a civil action at that point. If she didn't want to pursue it, it would not be pursued criminally. And at that particular point, she agreed to the trace.
And she agreed to not tell Mark about the trace?
That is correct.
And so then you did another trace?
Yes, we did.
And did the harassing phone calls continue?
Can we get a date for any of these traces, please?
Well, let's talk about this trace where you'd asked Julie to not tell Mark about it. Do you remember about when that trace occurred?
I believe it would have been either late 95 or 96.
As you're sitting here now today, do you remember if that was the third time the trace was put on or the fourth time the trace was put on?
Would have been the last time would have been the fourth time.
Okay, so this is the fourth time the trace had been put on.
That is correct.
And each of the three preceding times, as soon as the trace was put on, the phone call stopped.
That's correct.
So this fourth time, what did you say to Julie about not telling Mark?
Just not to tell him that it would be our secret. And again, if it were to turn out that Mark had been making the phone calls, she could handle it any way she wanted to. If she wanted to handle it criminally, it could be done, or she could just dismiss the whole thing. But I would, at that point, like to rule Mark out as a suspect. If the calls continued, then it would lead me in a new direction for the investigation.
So you put the trace on the fourth time,
That is correct.
and what happened?
After about 3 or 4 days, I had not heard anything from Julie Jensen. So I stopped by, I think it would have been probably about 4 days after the trace had been activated, to find out if there had been any more phone calls.
And what did she say?
She said the calls had stopped.
And what did you say?
Judging by her demeanor, she would not look me in the eye. She was looking down. and I asked her at that point if she had told Mark about the trace, and she said she had.
I want you to try to remember the precise language that you used when you asked Julie about this. How did you say it to her?
I asked her if she told Mark, and she said yes, she had. And I believe I made a comment at that point of, Julie, why did you do that? Kind of in a disgusted language. And apparently I was a little loud because I do recall one of the children being asleep inside the home and woke up, so I may have been a little boisterous at that point.
So you were upset with her?
Absolutely.
And did she offer you an explanation as to why she told Mark?
She did not want to keep any more secrets from him. She felt bad because she had the affair, she kept that a secret, and she wanted to keep no more secrets from Mark whatsoever.
So after that, you never put any more traces on the phone call, did you?
No, we did not.
Now, tell us about the location of some of these photos, as you recall. Over the years, did these photos show up in just one place, or were there a variety of places where the photos were allegedly popping up?
Judge, if we could have some specifics as to times and places.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't hear.
That's for cross.
So that means you can answer the question, officer.
She said basically that, again, Mark had been the one finding most of the pictures. They would either be left outside the house, near the front area, the front door, by the bushes, around the garage, on the deck, and near the pool, and also somewhat by a little storage shed that they had as well. And she did tell me at one time that Mark had found some pornographic pictures in a boat that was parked inside the garage.
Did she ever describe an incident where she found the pornographic photos?
No.
Well, did she ever tell you that she found the pornographic photos, or did she always say that it was Mark that had found them? Or don't
She
you know?
always, most of the time, she said that Mark had found the photos. Other times, photos were found, at which point I did not ask who found them. I just assumed that Mark had.
Now, during the course of this investigation, early on, Julie had indicated that she suspected Prairie, correct?
That is correct.
Did you ever talk to Mark Jensen during the course of this investigation?
About the allegations, no.
Did Julie ever describe to you Mark's claims that he had received some of these photos at work?
Phone calls and photographs at work.
Did she describe to you the manner in which these photographs were allegedly received at work?
They were being left on his vehicle.
Now, I'm going to show you a series of photos, and for the record, they're marked States Exhibit S196. I'm sorry, S173 through S196. Have you seen these, counsel?
Give them marked. Are these in order?
They're in reverse order, so you start. Yeah, they're in reverse order. This is 173. Well, counsel's comparing the photographs to his photographs there. I'll ask you some more questions. Aside from proposing this trace to capture find where the phone calls were coming from, did you ever suggest any other alternative investigative ploys or techniques that Julie or Mark Jensen might resort to in order to find out who's leaving the photographs around?
The placement of a camcorder at his place of employment.
Did you give him any advice as to where to place the camcorder?
I advised him to park in his normal location, and if he could find a spot inside the building where he could record his vehicle, to record the vehicle, and at any point, if he were to find any photographs when he came back out after work or his lunch break, to call me immediately.
And do you know, to your knowledge, did they ever do that? Did they place any video cameras either in their child's bedroom or in some vicinity to Mark Jensen's truck at work?
I offered him the use of a camera, and he, at that point, said that he had a camera that he could use.
So you did talk to Mark Jensen at that point?
At that point, yes, I did.
And when you were talking with Mark Jensen at that point, did he offer you any descriptions of his understanding of what was taking place at work with respect to these photographs or harassing phone calls?
At first, he said that the camcorder could be put in a conference room, or it could be aimed out a window and he could be able to record his truck. He then advised me that that would not work because the conference room was used by all the associates. And he didn't want to explain to all the associates that his wife had had an affair, and that's why he was recording his truck at that point.
Did you ever learn from Mark or Julie Jensen as to whether or not they ever put a camcorder anywhere to try to catch the person or persons that were allegedly leaving these photographs around?
I was advised that the camera had been used.
Who advised you of that?
Julie Jensen.
Did she tell you if they found anything?
She said they had not.
Did she tell you who placed the camera?
She said that Mark had.
Did Julie ever indicate to you what Mark was saying about these harassing phone calls, what he would say to her about these harassing phone calls, or what he would say to her about these photos that were being allegedly left around the house?
He just was angry that she had the affair and basically blamed her for all the problems.
And how was Julie reacting to this accusation that all of these things were taking place because of that affair she'd had so many years ago?
I was taking emotional strain on her and her marriage.
Now, Officer Kosman, I'm going to ask you to, we're going to go through these photos one by one. In fact, you know, I wonder if I can display them up here. This magical machine over here. There we go. You want me to have him identified before? Because I was going to just put him up there, but he hasn't identified right now. Officer Kosman, I guess before I put him on the machine there, I'll have you identify these photographs. Let's start with Exhibit S173 and these through S196. Just flip through those photos if you would, please. You got that turned on yet? Okay. Oh, you don't know how to turn it on? Okay. Don't push the wrong button. Yeah, we don't know what had happened. And I just want you to go through them and see if, are those the photos that you developed off the film that was provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now we'll go through them. Did we get that thing turned on yet, Kathy, or not? Do you know? Not yet. No.
So at this point, I'm pausing the video, and I will be showing what has been marked, that was previously marked as State's Exhibit 173. Hold on.
Can the jury see that?
I'm going to try to get the view so it's
Right.
most centered.
Is that better for the jury? Can you see it? All right, they answered yes.
So now I'm going to resume the video.
Back first. I show you this item that has been marked as State's Exhibit 173, and is that a photograph, one of the photographs that was recovered when you developed the film that Julie Jensen provided to you?
That is correct.
What what does it say? And
It may be NJ.
Okay.
It's hard to make out.
And then read the rest of it.
Aspirin, bottled booze, razor blades. Not sure what the other word is,
Is it
Brienne.
Librium?
Librium, shells. DeFazio, Terry, patches, shells, syringe, bag handles.
Bag handles. Okay. And so you, when you examined that list, were you able to fathom any significance to the things on that list?
Not really, with the exception of maybe the syringe. It doesn't seem to be an item that a lot of people would use.
Bag
Or
handles?
that and the second one. Nicotrol and the Librium as well.
Now, directing your attention to State's Exhibit 174.
So I'm pausing it again and showing States Exhibit 174.
Does the jury have a chance to see that one? Can you see it? We're good? Yes. All right.
I'll try to blow it up a little bit.
We're not good now. All right.
And now resuming the video.
This also is a photograph that was developed from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
And can you read what that says here? Let's see if I can. Can you read what that says?
Appears that it says low tolerance, maybe funky, neck. I'm not sure what the other one, funly or something along that line. 2 prior weekend.
It says funky, 2 prior weekend?
Does not mean anything to me.
Okay, doesn't mean anything to you. And then underneath that, what does it say?
I'm sorry?
Underneath funky, 2 prior weekend, what does it say under that?
Which one are you referring to?
Okay, what's beneath the 3rd line? In other words, what's in the 4th line there?
Is it funly, 2 prior weekend?
Funky? Is that funky?
It may be funky.
And then under that?
Pen, sweet, 63102.
Well, underneath funky, 2 prior weekend, what does that say? Right here.
Second
Rate?
I believe it does say that.
And then beneath that?
It appears to say pen, sweet,
And then underneath that?
thinking.
And underneath that?
I'm not sure what that word is.
And underneath that is $sign?
Is underneath, whatever that word is a symbol used for money.
And then underneath that, what does it say?
Muthus? And I can't read what the second one is. Envious of me or envy of me?
Underneath that?
Maybe new?
Well, under that, does it say has something, everything that he wants? Or have?
Everything that he wants.
And underneath that?
Obviously,
not sure what that word would be.
Obviously successful, big producer.
Okay, successful big producer, manager.
Maybe I can read that and move that up a little bit to make it easier to read. Let's see. Is that easier to read then, officer, if I do that for you?
Yeah,
Because I'm looking down here and I'm thinking, gee, it's easier for me to read. If I can't read it, I need to pull it up there for you. And then what does it say under the word obviously?
manager, have own branches you put together, make and all look easy. And boys, with the line under that appears to be oils, PDE, comma, NE, the initial DD, initial HI, with a star next to the initials MCD at 6'5", and the star again with the initials MCK.
And that didn't mean anything to you, did it?
Judge, this would be improper opinion testimony from this witness.
If he knows, he can answer.
Okay. In your estimation, did this information, what was depicted here, did you see how it was relevant to Julie's concerns?
Some of it, yes.
Okay, tell us what you thought was relevant to Julie's concerns.
Object, this is improper opinion, Judge.
No, he's not asking, he's asking about his historical opinion as opposed to what he now thinks, and as to what his reaction was to having seen this information.
I don't think if at the time his opinion would have been admissible or relevant.
I think overall.
So at the time you looked at this, did you see anything here that you thought might be relevant to Julie Jensen's concerns?
Maybe the envious of me. Obviously successful big producer, along with the put it all together and make it look easy, oils, and what the initials may have stood for.
Now, directing your attention to the State's Exhibit 175.
So I'm pausing it again and displaying State's Exhibit 175. And now resuming the video.
State's Exhibit 175 depicts a State's Exhibit 175 depicts another photograph that was contained on the film that Julie Jensen gave to you, correct?
Correct.
And I would say you probably can't read those, so I'm going to try and get a little bit closer to it. First of all, looking at this looks like a calendar page, correct?
That is correct.
From November of '98.
That is correct.
Well, let's put it that way then. Is there anything about Exhibit 175 that really stood out to you, or to your knowledge, Detective Ratsburg?
Not really.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 176.
I will now display State's Exhibit 176. And now resuming the video.
And that's another photo that you recovered from the Julie Jensen's film, or the film of Julie Jensen?
That's correct.
I don't know if I can arrange this, it can be red. Seems like the light is. Maybe we should turn the light off. Let's see. Does that make it easier to?
Can you perhaps move the focus, make it smaller?
Make it small. That doesn't seem
No,
to
that
help.
doesn't help.
Not a bad idea. Maybe I can do it. Now, I hold it just exactly like that. Can you read what that says?
No foundation to maybe relevance, manipulation, doesn't want to be there, idolized him, drinking and sex, doesn't trust him, belittle, abusive, passive aggressive, and minimize.
And you didn't have any idea what that was referenced to?
At that particular point, I thought it may be kind of comparing the good side to a bad side.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 177.
I will now display State's Exhibit 177. And now resuming the video.
Back up so that you can see the photograph. That again is a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
And the only thing there says October 1998, daily record of events, and time 8, it appears to be a time, 8:40. Is there anything else on there that was of any significance to you?
No.
Directing your attention to Exhibit 178.
I will now display State's Exhibit 178. And now resuming the video.
Again, that's a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
It shows the date of Friday, October 23rd, and the time 12:30.
That's correct.
Yeah, there was nothing there that would link up this particular photo or the thing that's depicted in that photo to Julie Jensen's suspicions, as near as you could tell, wasn't it?
No, there was nothing at that point.
And then directing your attention to the State's Exhibit 179. This is a photo that you recovered from the film from Julie Jensen,
That is correct.
and it depicts the date of Tuesday, October 20th,
Can
1998.
we show 179?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
I will now display on the screen State's Exhibit 179. And now resuming the video.
And again, there's just a daily record of events and a time.
7:54.
And you don't know the significance of that.
I did not know the significance of it, no.
Directing, and State's Exhibit 180.
I will now display State's Exhibit 180. And now resuming the video.
Again, it appears to be pages out of a calendar, daily calendar, correct?
Correct.
From
October
October
of
1998. Can you read the date up there? Can you read that?
October 13th,
And the other.
but that's the October of 1998.
And, let's see. You don't have any idea what SIA means?
On the 21st, I believe the initials are SIA, and underneath it is written dinner.
And then on the 27th, it's circled.
27th being circled with the word regroup.
And you didn't know what that meant either, did you?
No, I did not.
And then, first, there's a star.
That's correct.
You didn't know what that meant?
No, I do not.
Second, another star with the word Appleton underneath it. You didn't know what that meant?
At that point, I was assuming that the stars meant that you would be in Appleton at that time.
So, then on October 8th, well, I can't read that from here, let's see. The word, what did I
I
do?
believe it was Scott.
What did I do here? Did I do, oh, I guess I can. What did I do now?
Now you've done it.
Oh, I guess so. They shouldn't give me this machine, should they? Just the word Scott, correct?
Correct.
And then on the 9th, Mary,
Mariella
and then
Dawn?
the word Dawn,
Dawn.
D-A-U-N.
Dawn.
And then the 10th says
Call them all.
and then on the 16th, Mike, Fred, for Marriott, right?
Correct. Marriott.
And then 17th, wedding, call FGHT. You don't, that's what that says?
Here's what it says.
22nd, SIA, correct?
Correct.
And the 23rd, let's see, 22nd says SIA, there's no asterisk or star above it. 23rd, there's a star and an SIA, correct?
Correct.
24th, there's a star and an SIA, correct?
Correct.
Then the 29th, IDLYBAR. You don't know what that means.
No.
30th,
Door County.
Door County. 31st, Indy.
Correct.
And you know what any of that meant.
No, I didn't.
That was S-180.
Judge, I object to continuing questions about whether he knows what it meant.
Overruled.
Now, directing your attention to S-181.
I will now display S-181. And now resuming the video.
S21 is another photograph of another, that was recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
November 2nd, the word Brookfield appears.
Correct.
And on the 8th, there's an asterisk and the time 3:55 is noted, correct?
Correct.
And on the 9th, it says Kosny 1, and then what is that underneath there? Storberg 4?
Correct.
That's what that says? On the 18th, school conference 5:15, correct?
Correct.
On the 23rd, it says dinner May. What is this? What are the words after dinner? See? Is it MNY or something?
Could be M and Y.
24th, the word is, what is that, session?
Session. Correct.
And then on the 5th, Thursday the 5th, there's an asterisk, blueprint MGA, is that? MGR, 1:30 and 9:30, correct?
Correct.
And on the 6th, there's an asterisk, blueprint.
Correct.
On the 7th, an asterisk, blueprint.
Correct.
And then the 12th, that's it. DNVR and, I don't know, what is that, session?
Correct.
13th, an asterisk.
Correct.
14th, an asterisk, and the letters PGNT.
Correct.
The 19th. Here. I'm not doing that, I think the machine's doing that. The 19th, APPT 11, and then it says Scott underneath that, correct?
Correct.
21st, SHW.
Correct.
27th, looks like the word poor, doesn't it? Or maybe not, I don't know. So,
I can't make a note.
on the 28th, it says dog 1050, and then Glazer, correct?
Correct.
Then on the 26th, it's printed the word Thanksgiving underneath there, correct?
That is correct.
On the 27th, the word poor appears, correct? Is it poor or pool? Can't make it
Might
out.
be pool. Maybe an L at the end or a C.
Pool. Okay. And then on the 28th, oh, dog, 10:50:11. Okay. So that was the State's Exhibit 181, which was another photo recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
Judge, I think this might be a good spot to stop for a break.
All right.
And then we'll-
We're going to stop it then. Folks, please don't talk about the case. We'll take a good 10 minutes, okay? No problem. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen's file, case 2002 CF 314. We're going to continue with Ron Kosman's video. Anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
And again, this is a photo that you recovered from the film.
And so now I will display State's Exhibit 182. Now resuming the video.
Provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And does that appear to be OILS, oils?
Correct.
And then underneath that DD?
Correct.
And underneath that MCD?
Correct.
And under that MCK?
Correct.
And under that BT?
Correct.
And under that BA?
Correct.
And under that HAL?
Correct.
And underneath that mystery 1016?
Correct.
And then going to the top again. Let's see if I can. That's backing up VS away.
Correct.
And then the word dawn, DAUN,
Correct.
ring,
Correct.
married, telling me. Worried. I'm sorry, worried. Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Yeah.
Worried.
Please be worried.
Telling
Correct.
me. Correct. And then don't think it's going to work.
Correct.
It's up there. And then quotes,
Quotes. Correct.
and that was from October 28th, correct?
That is correct.
And directing, back again here. Directing your attention to,
So I will now display State's Exhibit 183. And now resuming the video.
this exhibit, sorry, I forgot the number, Exhibit 183. Exhibit 183 is a photo that you recovered from the film that was given to you by Julie Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
And this is for Friday, October 30th, right?
That is correct.
And it reads, I thing,
Correct.
MCK,
Correct.
MCD,
Correct.
big questions, big issues,
Correct.
blueprint.
Correct.
Is this going to work for you?
Correct.
Then Brookfield and a number, tell us. Correct? And then, what's this? Her.
Correct.
And then directing your attention to States Exhibit 184.
I'm now going to display States Exhibit 184. And now returning to the video.
This is another photo that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And this is October 27th, Tuesday.
Correct.
And the word oils, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then PDR, GLM, PE, and is that SL?
Did you say PDR, Mr. Chambers?
I thought it said PDR.
No.
Maybe
PD, what did I did I hear it wrong?
Maybe I said PDR, I don't know, I'm trying to read it, and I thought it said PDR, so maybe that's what I
It
said.
doesn't look like PDR to me.
Okay, what is it, thank you, Judge, I'll try to get it. What does it look like to you?
it may be an E.
PDE, okay. GLM,
Correct.
NE,
Correct.
SL, or, well, NE or WE, looks like one of those things. And then SL, does it look like B?
Looks like B.
And then under the word oils, there's DD,
Correct.
HI,
Correct.
MCD, MCK,
Correct.
BT, BA.
Correct.
And then, does this say daily pen shop? Does that look like to you?
I'm not sure what the second word is.
And the number underneath it is 414-276-8900.
That is correct.
Underneath that it says LeGrand 185.
Correct.
Did you find out what that number was for?
Officer Kosman, did you ever find out what that number was for?
No.
Okay. And then there's a mark in front of the word question, and then a dash, and an E and a dash. Correct?
Correct.
And then underneath that, funky tolerance.
Correct.
And underneath that, fishing.
Correct,
And under that evening, blueprint.
correct,
And underneath that blueprint, Saturday/8.
correct.
Saturday.
Or
I'm sorry,
Sunday.
slash Sunday.
Sunday.
Saturday/Sunday, I'm sorry. And underneath that, looks like dawn, D-A-U-N, correct?
Was a line through it, correct?
And then the word new with a line through it,
Take that as now,
Now.
N-O-W,
okay? And then
Door County,
with a line through it.
with a line through it, correct,
And then underneath that, appropriate verbiage.
correct.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 185.
I will now display State's Exhibit 185. And now returning to the video.
Back here so you see the whole picture. Is the photograph you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
Yes, it is,
And that's for Tuesday, November 3rd.
that is correct.
And the word, is that,
It appears to be court, C-O-U-R-T,
and then 2.5 acre new? Or is that now? 2.5 acre now?
looks like now,
25 acres equal
1,000 feet square,
1/5 mile each side,
correct?
and then a minus sign or a dash and 75 M, correct?
Correct.
And that says Wisconsin loghomes.com, correct?
Correct.
And then a circle, it says 253 in the circle.
That's correct.
Judge, could I have the instruction that Mr. Kosman is, or Mr. Jamboys are not in any better position than anyone else to determine what is said, that everybody's
Yes.
going to have to make their own determination?
I think that.
We've been in a worse position, I think.
Pardon?
I'm in a worse position because everybody's correcting me, so.
And the point is a good one. You can see for yourselves what the exhibits say, and it's your job to decide what they mean. And neither the officer nor Mr. Jamboys, nor me, nor anybody else is in a better position than you to determine these things unless ultimately they're linked up to something else. And that's shown by evidence. So, any question about that? Okay, thanks.
And I'm sorry, and now I'm directing your attention to State's Exhibit 186, and that's another.
So I will now display State's Exhibit 186. And now resuming the video.
photograph that was recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
Monday, November 2nd?
Correct.
And reads big questions / big issues.
Correct.
Are you happy?
Correct.
Why chase the funky?
Correct.
Is the banter going to work for you? Really?
Correct.
Breathe. What? Is that what that said?
Yes.
Aspirin over the weekend,
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And then what, how, why? And then Joe, it will be on your desk when you get back. Or should or something?
Should.
Should I drop off activity? Correct?
Correct.
And then the word cabin, 26 by 24 / 624, correct?
Correct. Looks like 16 by 24.
16
16
by,
x 24.
16 by 24 BR.
Correct.
COOT P21.
Cost per square foot.
Oh, cost per square foot. See, I'm not very good at this. And then greatwood.com, correct?
Correct.
wildernessLogHomes.com,
Correct.
WisconsinLogHomes.com,
Correct.
New Court Financial,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 187.
I will now display States Exhibit 187. And now returning to the video.
There's another photograph that was recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
Can you put that in there at a different attitude, because otherwise we'll all have stiff necks.
Otherwise what?
We'll all get stiff necks.
Oh, like this?
Well, then we'll get them stiff the other way.
Well, Judge, I'm doing my level best here.
Well, level's not the problem. It's the attitude. You need to move it 45 degrees.
They're like that, huh?
Very commendable.
Now, let's see. Now, this is a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you?
That's correct.
And it's November 1998, daily record of events, correct?
Correct.
And up there is the letter CCI,
Appears to be CCI.
and then troop leader,
Correct.
Ed test, December 7th.
Correct.
Is that explorers or explorer?
Explorer.
Dash font, F-O-N-T, Times New Roman.
So what it appears.
Courier, new.
Correct.
Font, something or other, med. Font size, that's what that is, font size, okay, font size, med, M-E like is, M-E-D like is a medium. Then the word windows,
That's correct.
dash 1024 by 768, 256 color.
Correct.
Small font,
Correct.
withdrawn, lays on bed, knees pulled up to chest,
Correct.
correct?
That is correct.
And then $200 star account, correct?
That is correct.
The word Kendall,
Correct.
Tom, Wright, return. Is that Tom, Wright, return?
Correct.
Model number 24, decorum.
I'm not sure what the number was before that.
Number
Might be
20
211.
No, oh, number 211, okay. DECO.
Decorum.
Okay. Number 562135, Indiana.
Correct.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 188.
I will now display 188. And now returning to the video.
This is a photograph you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
Fixed November 1998, daily record of events.
Correct.
CCI, and underneath that, EFII, and underneath that, MRK.
MRK, correct.
Across from there it says Tom,
Correct.
and underneath that it says puked on carpet over weekend. Can't make out. Something or other into it with
Into
weather. Toward weather. And Officer Kosman, I'm now going to direct your attention to Exhibit S 188. I guess I better.
And I will now display 188. Oh, actually, we did see 188. That was the one we just saw.
What number are we on?
So we just saw 188, and I think they are referring to 188 still.
All right.
Pull this back out. And Exhibit S 188 is a photograph that you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And we were talking about this when we broke, and so try to pick up where we left off. And that reads, got into it.
You know, the problem is, you may have the lens too close, you've got too close of a picture there, because it's not clear to me that you're getting the whole line.
Well, we're not getting the whole line,
Maybe
that's
you
why.
are. I
See,
don't know.
that's why I'm going over like that, Judge, but if I pull it back so you can see the whole line, then you can't read. At least I can't read it. I don't know if the witness can read it. Can you read that from there, Mr. Kosman?
Yes, it can.
Okay, well then, let's do it that way. What does it say?
The first word is hard to figure out. Maybe plucked on carpet,
Puked.
Puked on carpet.
over weekend. Looks like got into it with her tonight. It cleaned.
Or does it say got
Or-
into it whether to get it cleaned?
Got into it weather tonight. It looks like tonight. Or to,
Something cleaned, right?
right.
Underneath that it reads,
Bloomberg. It looks like dash OBM. Shares, desk, appears to say cage, and wood panels.
and then what's the
1,000
number?
single. Apparently 3,000 joint.
Then directing your attention to Exhibit 189.
I will display Exhibit 189. And now returning to the video.
And that is I'll put it like this so you can see the whole thing. That is, again, is a photograph that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
And that indicates it's November 1988 daily record of events.
That is correct.
And it's from Thursday, I don't know if you can see that. Thursday the 5th, is that what that says in the upper right-hand corner? Can you read it?
Thursday the 5th.
And can you read what that says?
Looks like EFIL.
And up here over here,
Over there is CCI.
and then what does it read in here?
And it says, Tom, right return module of chairs are in.
Model of chairs are right. So, model
I
of chairs
can't. Are white.
are white or right? Here, let's.
Could be, it is right, are right. And
And
it's
then it says Bloomberg,
buttons, sign, chairs, desk, cage, wood panels.
and then
Franklin Covey, St. Louis Galleria, 2154 St. Louis Galleria.
and then it says order number.
Can't
I'm
see
sorry, I
it.
gotta move over there, don't I?
Order number 18679581.
Franklin Covey. Is that what that says?
Franklin something.
And then, see what it says there?
There's something up above that you're not capturing.
I'm sorry. Phone, Patagonia.
Correct?
And then it says, what does that say, caged or cached until 1:30? Is that what that says?
It appears that.
Starting at 11?
Correct, no answer.
Oh, does it say called? Called till 1:30? Is that what that is? Called till 1:30? I don't know, whatever it is. It's,
Again, it's for the jury to decide.
that is, it is. And underneath, starting at 11, it says no answer.
That's correct.
And finally, Buddy did. Is that what that says?
It appears to say did.
Couldn't wake up groggy. Is that what that says?
That's correct.
No. Underneath with the Franklin Covey, it says 2-page. Can you read what that word is?
Maybe monthly.
And what does it say underneath that?
Back order, Phil 1116.
Is there more on the page?
Nope, that was it. Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 190.
Now showing Exhibit 190.
What's the date of this one? I didn't see it on the top. Thank you.
And now resuming the video.
Again, is that a photograph that was recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
And what does it say in the upper left-hand corner, if you can see?
CCI, looks like EFIIMRK.
And this was from Tuesday, November 10th?
That's correct.
And then reads that.
Looks like 12M.
And then it reads, life, can you read it?
Life is hard, but it's harder if you're stupid. Club.
Did you miss something?
And then what does that read?
14262 dash,
142, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry.
looks like 14262-2, Willow Bend Park, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017. And a symbol of a money sign, looks like Dan/Missy.
Underneath that?
Time I can waste. Denver. St. John, maybe?
St. John's Wort?
Hockey, December, Tuesday 8th, and every Saturday night.
Big Cedar?
Can't make out the last word.
Is that Big Cedar?
Could possibly say Big Cedar.
And then directing your attention to States Exhibit 191.
Now displaying States Exhibit 191.
This again is a photograph recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
It is?
It's from November 16th, or Monday, November 16th, correct?
That is correct.
Let's see what those three letters are.
MT, I believe it would be G. And a 20, excuse me, the 20 is circled. withdrawn kids, boat, and,
Jelensky?
correct,
What does that read?
10,
What does that read? Locked chest?
I'm sorry?
Does that read locked chest?
It's possible.
And underneath that?
Crying about miscarriage, or miscarriage.
Put that last one up. Crying about
Miscarriage, it's a miscarriage, as in,
well, whatever it is, the jury will decide. If they need.
if they need to. Directing your attention to States Exhibit 192.
Now displaying States Exhibit 192. And now returning to the video.
This is another photograph obtained from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And looking up there, it's kind of, you see the 1 and part of another number, and it's the 321st day, correct?
Correct.
And that's November 1998, daily record of events.
That is correct.
What does that read?
Getaway,
And then underneath that?
10,
Here.
I can't make out what that
Locked chest.
could
yeah.
be.
Locked in bedroom morning,
Correct,
8:50.
correct,
Too much to do.
correct.
What does it read under there?
Say meal,
And underneath that?
cruise,
Underneath that?
job/quit. Crying about miscarriage. Suddenly,
Is that detached?
apparently. Itinerary for, I believe it's week.
Is that locked in
Locked
room?
in room. When I got home. Dave, Isabel,
And and telephone number. Oh, let's see.
There was some, yeah.
Can you read what that says?
Check, maybe get on MCK.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 193.
Now displaying States Exhibit 193. And returning to the video.
Is that a photograph that you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
You recognize that?
Susan Schneider, 652-1121.
Do you now or know, or did you ever know who Susan Schneider is or was?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who Susan Schneider is?
No, I do not.
Never heard of her?
Never have.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 194.
Now I will be displaying States Exhibit 194. And returning to the video.
And there's another photograph recovered from the film that provided to you by Julie Jensen. Is that true?
That is true.
And the date is the 23rd of November, correct?
Correct.
And can you read what that says?
Emory/St. Louis.
Is that Emory or E-M-R?
Looks like
Is that a Y or G?
E-M-E-R-Y.
So it looks like a Y.
Appears to be a Y.
And then underneath that,
Cheras/ looks like Barb E. Fuller.
can you read that?
Looks like Dybele, D-Y-B-L-E, possibly.
Can you read that?
Program information. Brandt/ appears to say reinvest.
what that says?
GP, either S or 5, and it looks like BJX. 1313Y.
Counsel, was that 194?
Yes, that was 194. Direct your attention to Exhibit 195.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 195. And now returning to the video.
And is that a photograph that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
And that appears to be from the November 20th?
Correct. And star sign with GP, it's either 5 or S,
And underneath that?
and beneath that appears to be BJX. Century Securities. Check on A and E,
Is it insurance?
unsubstantiated maybe.
Any insurance?
Underneath that is apps. All details. Program into to run. Cold. I ate dinner sneezing, eyes running, drowsy, can hardly stay awake. And the word Barb, the letters inside the box are Forrer, BUS, maybe INT, International. Outside of that is the numbers 1902. Underneath Barb would be 414-906-3227. And it would be what appears to be 4495-9219.
And direct your attention, now finding the last photograph, S196.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 196. And returning to the video.
And is S196 a photograph that you obtained from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
And it indicates that it's a Thursday, but and the 323rd day?
Correct.
Can you read that up there?
323rd day. It'd be HD with a star GPS WMT. Inside the circle is 8-9 next Friday. Brett?
Brett, not serious. Not serious one. Brett. Is that Brett Nate? Serious one?
Wait, I'm not sure what that word would be.
Well, the first word is Brett,
That is correct, BRTT.
and then is that Nate?
Looks like N8.
And then,
And serious one?
okay. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. And, Your Honor, I guess counsel has proposed that I clarify something, and this is a smaller version. This is a, what, a 4x6 photograph of this, and it looks like this S-196 is an 8x10 blow-up of 196 marked here. And the 4x6 actually.
So I'm now going to display State's Exhibit 196A. And returning to the video.
Is more complete. You can see there's a portion of it cut off. It's the 19th, Thursday the 19th.
That is
And
correct.
as you can see by looking at this, that portion, the outside portion is cut off.
All right.
Should we have this marked as an exhibit?
Make it give the same exhibit number with.
176A?
A.
How you doing? First of all, Your Honor, I've moved those exhibits into evidence. Let me give you the numbers. I don't recall if I'd moved them into evidence before, but I think it's S-173 through S-196.
The objection, and the smaller one was that 196A.
Was it 196A? Was that? I moved that one into evidence as well, but let me see what it is here. Is it still up there? It's in this stack here, huh? By sleight of hand, I've misplaced that exhibit, so let me see if I can find it here. Aha. Yeah, that'd be 176A is included there. It says here 176A. So maybe it should be 196, I don't know.
I think that should be 196.
It should be 196A, yes. You just change the 7 to a 9. Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I move those exhibits into evidence.
No objection.
They'll be received.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Officer Kosman, I put on the easel a calendar from November, December 1998. Are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
It was November 24th that you had contact with Julie Jensen in person,
That is correct.
and she passed away on December 3rd, about 9 days later, correct?
Correct.
Thanksgiving Day was November 26th,
I believe it would have been, yes.
and it was the previous weekend you were deer hunting.
That is correct.
While you were gone, Julie Jensen left you a voicemail.
2 voicemails.
Did you keep those voicemails, Officer Kosman?
No, I did not.
I presume there was a time and date stamp or notation when she left those voicemails?
Yes.
Did you note the time and date that she left those voicemails?
No, I did not.
After her death, did you make any effort to recover those voicemails?
At that point, they were irretrievable.
Did you talk to somebody to find out if they were irretrievable?
I talked to our chief, and he thought it was impossible to retrieve them.
And that's all the further you followed up?
Yes.
Did you try to talk to somebody who operates your phone system at all?
No, I did not.
When did you delete those voicemails?
It would have been after I had talked to Julie Jensen in person. It would have been either maybe later the 24th or possibly the 25th.
But after you met with her, then you erased these voicemails.
I'm sorry?
After you met with her, then you erased these voicemails.
That is correct.
Officer Kosman, you prepared a report regarding your meeting with Julie Jensen on November 24th?
I did write a report, yes.
And regarding the voicemails that she had left you, correct?
I made mention in there, yes, I did.
You prepared your report within a day or two of seeing her on November 24th, correct?
That is correct.
I take it that when you prepare police reports, you try to make them as accurate and complete as possible?
That is correct.
And that's what you did regarding the voicemails that you had heard and the contact that you had with Julie Jensen on November 24th, correct?
They could have been more clarified in my report.
You testified that she left you 2 voicemails, right?
That's correct.
Now, when you wrote your first report within a day or two of that contact with her on November 24th, you only indicated that she had left you one voicemail, is that right?
I thought I put 2 down.
Did those seem like unusual items to be on a shopping list to you?
No.
Did you know the neighbors, the Voights?
No, I did not.
Had you ever met them before?
No, I have not.
You had been at the Jensen home dozens of times?
That's correct.
You would stop by the Jensen home 10 times a year just as a friend, right?
Basically to check on 2 things, basically. If any problems had been starting up again. And just to let her know that we were in the area, that we're still trying to keep an extra eye on the house for this individual who may have been leaving photographs and so forth around the house.
Would you disagree with the following statement that it could have been 10 times a year that you'd stop and see her socially?
I don't think it would have been that many.
Do you recall testifying on August 30th, 2007 in this case?
What was the date again?
August 30th, 2007? Do you recall testifying in the Kenosha County Courthouse in late August?
It was late August. I think it may have been the 25th or something along that line. I know it was late August.
I'm about to be at page 96, line 20. Let's see, let me start it. Line 5. Question, how many times did you stop to talk to her socially? Answer, I'd have to give you an estimate, probably maybe 7 to 10 times, maybe more. Question, let's do it this way. How many times a year do you think you did that? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, how many times a year do you think you did that you stopped and talked to Mrs. Jensen socially? Answer, basically whenever I would see her outside. Question, and so that would be 3 or 4 times a year? Answer, may have been more, may have been less, I don't recall. Question, it could have been 10 times a year that you'd stop and see her socially? It's possible.
It's very possible. I do not recall the number of times that I stopped socially. There were no reports generated for that.
But you made frequent social contacts with Mrs. Jensen, right?
Your Honor, I object under the doctrine of completeness. I would direct the court and counsel's attention to page 95, starting at line 17.
What's the date?
What council, was it August 30th? What's the, I don't have the...
August 30th.
August 30th, page 95, line 11.
I don't have that transcript.
Well, I'll show you the portion that I want.
From line 11?
Page 95, line 11, on down.
I read from line 17, I don't have any problem with that.
And you read down through the top of the page 96?
Yeah, I read through line 5, so it's line 17 and 95.
I want to read from, oh, you don't have an objection? Did you still want to read it then, Judge?
Well, no, if there's no objection, go ahead.
From line
I'm
17.
wondering why I don't have it.
From line 11. I want from line 11,
No.
page 95, through line 8, page 96. And I will give that to the court then.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, what? Does that mean you're allowing that to be read then?
I thought it was agreed.
No.
What I thought, Judge, is that from line 17 makes sense, line 11, given his answer, and then it's mostly just my question, I don't think that makes sense. Line 17, I think, is appropriate.
Well, I have to agree with Mr. Albee.
Thank you.
Officer Kosman, beginning on page 95, line 17, question, okay, do you recall, before I come back to that, Officer Kosman, did you document with your department every contact you had with Mrs. Jensen? Answer, no, I did not. Question, why not? Answer, because like I said, some were more of a social nature, where I would see her around in the yard. Hadn't heard from her, I would stop for two reasons. First reason being to see if things had quieted down, if there were any problems, and secondly, and most importantly, to let her know that we were still keeping an extra eye on her home. Question, how many times did you, well, that's what I read before.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And so if you'd see her outside, you'd stop, correct?
Not every time, but quite a bit.
And this could be as much as 10 times a year.
Again, I don't recall.
But it could be.
It could be more, it could be less.
Okay. And despite all those stops outside, you never had any contact with her neighbors, the Voights?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you go talk to the neighbors to find out what they knew?
No, I did not.
And is it fair to say during this conversation that you had with Mrs. Jensen on November 24th that you asked her numerous times to leave?
Yes. I advised her that if she was fearful for her safety or for the children's safety, then she should leave.
Well, you asked her numerous times to leave, right?
I asked her about 2 or 3 times. Or I made the mention that she should about 2 or 3 times.
Do you recall testifying at a preliminary hearing in this case back in 2002, Officer Kosman?
Yes, I do.
And did you give the following answer to the following question, page 45, line 13? Question, did you ask her whether she was going to leave or why she wouldn't leave? Answer, I asked her numerous times during the course of our conversation to leave. I told her I couldn't force her to do so, but if she felt I couldn't force her to do, I think there's just a comma error, so I'm sorry. I told her I couldn't force her to do so, but if she felt threatened or felt that Mark was trying to harm her in any way, shape, or form for the sake of her kids, of herself and her kids, to leave. Did you give that answer?
Yes, I did.
And it was numerous times during the course of your conversation that you asked her to leave, correct?
Correct.
And things were a lot fresher in your mind at the time you gave this testimony at the preliminary hearing, correct?
It should, yes.
You did not talk about your contact with Mrs. Jensen with Mark Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
During your conversation with Mrs. Jensen, you did not suggest installing any video or surveillance equipment on November 24th, correct?
No, I did not.
So if a neighbor reports that she had told him that you had made that suggestion, either Mrs. Jensen misreported that or the neighbor has it wrong. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say because I did not advise her to record anything within the home on that particular day.
You took the roll of film and had it developed immediately?
I believe it was the same day I dropped it off, and if memory serves me correct, either I got it back either later on the 24th or I got it back right away on the 25th.
And those are those photographs that were just displayed by Mr. Jamboys today?
The ones that were on the overhead, that is correct.
There weren't any other photographs, correct?
Just those.
There weren't any photographs of any computer screens, correct?
Not that I recall.
But we didn't see any
No,
today, right?
not that I saw.
And you understand that to have been the complete set of photographs, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Right after you received those developed photographs back, you reviewed them with Detective Ratsburg, right?
That's correct.
You both looked at them together?
Correct.
And after looking at those photographs, you did not talk with Mrs. Jensen again?
No, I did not.
You did not go to her house, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
And you're not aware of Detective Ratsburg going over to the house to talk to her, are you?
He may have, I don't know.
Are you aware of him doing that?
No, I'm not.
He never told you anything about that.
That's correct.
So if a neighbor says that he saw you over at the house, he would be mistaken?
Yes. The only time that I was there was when I went and talked to her the first time, or the only time.
Did you ever get on November 24th or any time between November 24th and Mrs. Jensen's death, did you ever get angry with her?
No.
Did you ever get loud with her?
Between that time frame?
Right.
No.
Did you ever yell at her?
No.
Did you ever imply that she was crazy to her?
No.
It had been a couple years earlier she had made the complaint that Mark wanted her to drink, correct?
Some wine, correct.
But that was in like 1996, right?
95, 96, 97, somewhere in there.
She explained that she did not want to drink because there was a family history of alcoholism, correct?
She advised me that her mother was an alcoholic.
Did Julie Jensen ever tell you about receiving counseling for depression?
No, she did not.
At no time during the course of the years that you knew her, did she ever mention having depression issues?
No.
Or having any treatment for depression issues?
No.
Or having previously been prescribed medication for depression?
No.
You had had contacts with Mr. Jensen perhaps a dozen times over the previous years?
That I did?
Yes.
It could have been. I don't recall exactly how many contacts I have with Mr. Jensen.
With Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Jensen.
Do you have an estimate of how many times you had contacts with Mr. Jensen?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an estimate as to how many times you had encounters with Mr. Jensen?
Maybe 6 to 12.
And there wasn't one occasion among those 6 to 12 times that you had contact with him in which he got angry, right?
Upset once, and that was basically because of some photographs that he had found.
He was upset about what somebody had done to their household, right?
About leaving the photographs, correct?
You never saw him angry with Mrs. Jensen.
No, I did not.
He never expressed any anger toward Mrs. Jensen for reporting any of this harassment to you, correct?
That is correct.
Mrs. Jensen never reported any physical violence in the household, correct?
Not to me, and as far as I know, not to anyone else.
You're not aware of her making any such report to any police officer in your department at any time, correct?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Officer Kosman, over the years, there were a number of occasions in which you were at the house, the Jensen house, right?
That is correct.
those contacts dealt sometimes with harassment, right?
Harassment,
Sometimes with the social contacts you talked about, correct?
correct?
And sometimes about sort of just general complaints about vandalism.
Correct.
Judge, at this point, there's 2 question and answers that are missing from the video. So by agreement, I am going to read those into the record.
I'm going to ask you one more. How longer is this video?
So this video has 48 minutes remaining.
We're not going to make it. I think we've done enough this week. I really do. These are not easy to watch, and I'm not criticizing anybody. So, folks, enjoy your weekend. See you Tuesday at 8:30. Leave your notes back here. Joe, you want to just hold them for a little bit? Hold them. Yeah.
Good weekend.
You too. Remember to hold them. Hold them. All right, close the door. All right, I'm holding the jury so we can take the defendant. He doesn't have to wait.
Judge, real quick, we did have an agreement. We spoke to the prosecutors yesterday about one of our experts has to testify on the 27th because of January because of some family issues. So if it gets to that date and the defense is not on, there's an agreement to take her out of order.
So they're going to let you take your witness out of order?
Yes.
Just remind me, that's fine. Okay. Take the defendant back so the jury can be released.